It's time to do some art. Welcome to my channel. It is Friday, August the 27th, and we are going to do some art. Yes, we are. I've been working on these little dolls, or trying to, but I'm going to put them all in a pile. I'm making little dotty dolls, or doty dolls, or doodle dolls, whatever you want to call them. I'm going to put them all in this bag with the broken jewelry that I saved out, so they'll all be in one place. I do want to get these finished in the next week, but I don't know if I'll get to them tonight because I have some other things that I'm working on. I'm going to put this piece in there too because I keep losing it. And we'll set that aside. And let's see, I'm going to have to kind of clear off my desk. I haven't been in here since since the last time I streamed. Alright, we're going to put this aside. Let's put that in there. Positive mindset makes a difference. I'm going to put that in my journal. Yep, Mary has always needed to learn about positive mindsets. Some little pearl brads. I think those are so cute. Alright, I'm going to clear off my desk here. Enough. Becky, your pad, I'll tell you, I'm going to have to wash it, I think. I got some paint on it, but I knew that would happen if I used it, but it's ready to be washed. Becky sent me a mug rug. Alright, I think that's good enough. Welcome to everybody who's coming in. Let me reach over here and get a big old piece of watercolor paper. I don't know what I'm going to do when I run out of this watercolor paper because I noticed Hobby Lobby stopped carrying it. That made me mad. They stopped the Kenson and the Strathmore brands at my Hobby Lobby. And all they have is Master's Touch. And that's not what I want. And these are huge. I guess I could still order them and have them sent to my house via UPS or FedEx or something. But Hobby Lobby is really doing a number on my store. I wish they'd quit. You didn't come in to hear me vent about Hobby Lobby, did you? Let me get out here and welcome people in. Come on, go to my videos. 11 are watching. And I got an ad. Hi, Tanya McGuire. Hi, Rhonda. Hi, Susan. Howdy, Popo. Hi, Angie. So, yeah, let's just push all this to the side. What I want to do, first off, and I don't know how long this will take, but I'm going to do it first so that I can, well, I guess my drink is going to have to go over to the side here too. I want to do it first so that I can download it and put it in the playlist. We're going to do a Houses Prompt game. There. Take this mess off. Put that behind my drink. I am slowly getting organized, but it's slow. Now all you're going to see right offhand is white. Let me grab some paper and a pen, and I'm going to leave some things over here. Just no room for everything. All right. Woo! Hi, Riri. Tanya says hello, all. Rhonda says, Mary, Michael's still... Yeah, but Michael's is up in Lincoln, and that's a 100-mile trip for me. Okay, it was 70 miles almost to Hobby Lobby, our local Hobby Lobby. So I guess a few extra miles. I don't go up to Lincoln much. It's just congested traffic, and I kind of lost my way around that place. Now you're not seeing the edge of my paper here. I don't know if I can move my camera. If my camera, let's see. I want to tip it just a little. There, I think you're seeing it. And I think that's as far out as I can go. And it can't go any higher. So you're not going to see the top of my paper here or the bottom, but you'll see the two sides. So I want to make prompt cards, and while people are coming in, they are let's grab a deck here. I have a deck of prompt cards here. Come on, what did I do with them? Hold the phone. I think they're 3.5 by 2, but I want to make sure. Rhonda, do you remember? I know you always check for me. Here, I got a deck here. These are some I made last year. I should play them. Let's just measure. Of course, the ruler's upside down. And yeah, 3.5 by 2. And we're going to keep making them this size because I've got plenty of cigarette boxes. Oh dear. And I'm going to make a whole bunch of them. And this will be, I won't play the game. This will be my game as I'm making the cards. Rhonda says, oh, not worth it. Amazon then. I agree with getting rid of everything. Yeah, I went ahead and I went ahead and got the Amazon Prime, so the shipping won't cost me, but it's just the idea. I think Hobby Lobby's hurting themselves. They're going with brand name stuff. They got rid of a lot of their, I'm surprised they still carry Tim Holtz stuff, to tell you the truth. That they got rid of their coupons. It's not even a joy to shop there anymore because, oh, I don't know. Quit venting, Mary. Stay positive, Mary. Okay, we're going to do, not a doll, a house. A house prompt game. So the prompts will be things associated with houses and anything with a house. It could be wood, it could be bricks, it could be windows, roofs. It could be even in the yard, the grass in the yard, whatever. So, and this is 8, what did I say, 27? Yes, 27, 20, 21. And we're going to do Dirty Dozen. Bex started us doing Dirty Dozens. And I'm just going to take the first 10 that you guys give me, and then for alternates, I'm going to give myself two wild cards. 2 wild cards. And then I'll take the next 2 prompts that I see. Cheryl's here. Hi, hi, Johnny. My Michaels has no Tim Holtz anymore. Nothing. I'll tell you, I don't know what these stores are doing to us. You know, I tell my brother, I say, you know, it's just when I get to liking something and I buy it and I keep buying it, and all of a sudden they figure out that I like it, so they discontinue it. I haven't figured this out. That must you know, to me it's a poor marketing strategy to discontinue things that people like. Like coupons. Hi, Mina. Hi, Sharon Lombard. Windows. Okay, I'm going to start writing them down. Windows, doors. Everything is moving to internet sales. That may be what's happening. That the poor people that work in the brick and mortar stores, I like to go shopping. I like to handle things. You know, I like to order off the internet, but, you know, going shopping is a fun thing to do. Hi, Holly Dalton. Welcome, welcome. Stores get upset when we order everything online. What do they expect? Right, that's true. plants. So household plants, maybe an ivy or aloe vera, screens. I'm just writing them down as I see them. If I might miss some, not intentionally. Screens is a good one. Shutters. Sherry, come in. Hi, hi, Lisa. Hi, Lisa, my eclectic life. Welcome, welcome. Bricks. Bricks. Now, Violet asked me, Becky opened up the Craft and Chat in Fitzville this afternoon. Fireplace chimney. That's a good one, too. Fireplace chimney. Chimney, 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 chimney. Whiteboard walls. I forgot what I was going to say about the Craft and Chat. It went right through my head. That thought did. Screen door. I got the chimney up here too, Holly. Screen door. I actually have screens too. So I'm going to put window door here, and that'll give me room for another one. Shingles. Cobblestone path. Oh, that'll be fun. And, you know, we can do this by painting, drawing, collage, whatever media that, if you're playing along, if you want to play, whatever media you want to use. Lattice. I love lattice. What did I miss? Screen door. Mina, we're playing a game. We're going to do a house prompt cards. But you guys don't have to do prompt cards. You guys can do, if you want to play along through the prompts, you can do your own art journal page if you want. There's Violet. Now I was going to say something and it was with Violet. Now what was I going to say about in chat this afternoon? Violet, I forgot what I was going to say. I don't know. Porch. All right, you can stop. You can stop. And if you want to add something else, you can use one of the wild cards. So the base color, you can make any color you want. So that's just kind of a precursor. And what I'm going to do, well, I guess I'm not going to do that right away. I want to paint my background. And I did wash out my brushes and got me clean water right before the... All right, the prompts are windows, doors, plants, screens, shutters, bricks, fireplace, chimney. Fireplace and chimney are all in the one. The screens are screens, window, or door, you know, screens. And whiteboard walls, shingles, cobblestone path, wild card, lattice, porch. So those are the prompts. Now I'm going to paint mine a background color. I don't know. I think I like to start out with a light color. And let's see what I have. And I haven't been, well, did I go to Walmart last week? It wasn't last week, it was the week before. And even Walmart, their paint, I'm disappointed. Their paint, their apple barrel paint is getting empty and emptier and emptier. I guess because of the school session. I'm looking for my yellow paint. Is it up here? No. No. Well, I didn't want to use my Deco Art. I wanted to use it out of... I guess I'll use a blue bluish Caribbean. I'm going to make that the background color and whatever. And I'm going to scrape it on. And I got the wind blowing. Let's get a scraper out here. Because when you scrape something on, where's my scrapers? This happens every time I rearrange things. When you scrape paint on your page, it dries pretty fast. Gosh, I wish I could remember what I was going to say about Craft and Chat this afternoon. But I will say, this isn't what I was trying to remember, but our video hop, our standalone video hop, starts tomorrow. The videos will go live at 5:30 Central in the morning, but I'll come on at 4:30. I know what I'm going to do. I didn't know what I was going to do until yesterday, and then I got to brainstorm. So we're just going to scrape on a colored background. I haven't done a Dirty Dozen since, well, I guess it was since we did the doll prompt cards. Yeah, I think ordering, lucky for me, I got 2 pads of this, but I've been using out of them. I bought them when they were 40% off. But I guess I'm going to be doing a lot more ordering off of Amazon unless they get their act together at the stores, because I guess I can't feel sorry for them. They don't ask what we like. They just do what they think that's going to work for them. And I can't blame them for that. I can't blame them for that. But I'm disappointed. And even our grocery store, that we had a grocery store, my older brother, the one I'm staying with now, used to work in that grocery store. He was the head baker when he was younger. And they sold out, they liquidated, and they sold out to an IGA store. They got rid of my kitchen bouquet. Although I noticed we put in a request for it because my brother likes the gravy. He likes brown gravy, and we use kitchen bouquet to brown our gravy. And they did finally get that in, but I'd already ordered some off the internet. And so they did get that in, but now they've gotten rid of my Jolly Time popcorn. And I always like Jolly Time yellow popcorn. So, and don't send me any. I'll get it. I'll order it. And I told my brother, it just seems like they know. They know what we like, and then they get rid of it. That's what it feels like anyway. I gotta fix the corners here. Yeah, I suppose that kitchen bouquet probably has MSG in it. I wouldn't be surprised. But it isn't like we eat it every day. And so far we haven't gotten sick off of it. I grew up with it. My mom used it all the time. We'd always have roast beef Sunday dinners. That was our Sunday dinner. Most of it... Oh, hold my pen in the paint. Most of when I was growing up, Sunday dinners, of course roast beef back then was a lot cheaper. We'd always have either ham or roast beef for Sunday dinner. Now I'm getting messy stuff over here in the corner. Now I get this edge. I don't know, it seems like I'm missing it there. Come on. you going there. All right. Up here a little. Alrighty, that's pretty good. So that's going to be the background for me. Scrapey, scrapey. Who am I missing coming in here? Let's see. Let me move this button. Hi, Shelly. Welcome, welcome. Cheryl's here. Hi, Sherry. Julie Parker, you're so tired. Oh. Well, you guys, I hate to... I guess if I hate to mention it, I should probably shut up about it, but I've already talked about it in... Well, I was in Paint Girly stream. Last night, probably about 11:30, 12 o'clock, I was sitting in the chair and I looked up and all of a sudden... There was a bat flying around. A bat! I'm going, yikes, a bat! I went and got my brother. There's a bat in the house. I can't sleep, you know. The thing was vicious, ugly looking thing. And Ann Lars says, oh, it's just a little tiny, sweet little bat. And we were about 2 hours. We opened the front door and tried to get that thing to fly out the front door, and it wouldn't fly out the front door. And we were about 2 hours. My brother, I run and hide, you know. I didn't hide, but it comes swooping toward you, go, you know, and they fly fast. My brother said they can't see that they fly by radar. So, a yellow background, is that what you're doing, Dale? The bats are cute. Yeah, I bet sure. As long as they're not in my house. Windows is prompt 1. Now you can do any windows any way you want. I have not played with my fine line paint applicators in a long time. Let's play with red, white, and black. We're going to just draw some little windows on here. This is pretty dry already. Let me put this paint away. I'm going to give this a quick heat gun alert. But we got the bat out of the house. My brother captured it. And it was flying around, and, you know, he got it. He had it, and then it got out. He has a net. He's got a net and a board that goes over the net. So when it lands, you know, it lands on a wall flat, and he'll put that net over it, and then he'll slip that board behind the net. And that's how he captures it. But they're always way up high, and he has to get up on a stool to get up there to capture it. And it got out, and it flew around 10 minutes before it settled down. And of course I hid. You know, I go, oh, geez. And he said, well, I can't do anything while it's flying around. And he went into the bathroom. And he was in the bathroom. And he was in the bathroom. And that bat was flying around. I'm going, just do your duty and come out. Get that bat out of this house. Oh, dear. Finally, he came out. And it flew in here. And I have stuff. You know, he could hardly get in here. So he went out in the back porch and got this big old long pole. And he said, maybe if I, you know, kind of nudge it, it'll fly again. I'm going, I'll duck. But I didn't like the idea of it being in here. Ann says, but they eat mosquitoes, Mary. They eat mosquitoes. And Becky says, they're so cute. And I'm going, they're the creepiest things around. So, and then after he finally captured it, it settled down and he was able to get it. And I couldn't sleep afterwards. I go, what if it comes back? Well, if it come back, we deal with it, but... All right, how am I going to do these windows? I think I'm just going to do them... Let's do one right here in the center so you guys can see. And I'm just going to draw some windows. And I don't really want these. Now it should go more like that. Oh, and I should make them a little smaller because these are going to be prompt cards. So let's draw some little windows, just something like so. And I'm not trying to do anything artsy fartsy here. I'm just this could be a bay window. We'll make this a bay window. There. And let's just, the thing about using this fine liner this early is I'm going to have to blot this because the little dots won't dry. Let's pull this down a little. But these windows will, as I cut the prompt cards, they'll probably be cut, but that's okay. This is early in the game. Let's do a big window like this and divide it into panes. Looks more like a, well, I guess it could be a window. Could do some arched windows. Oops, yeah, see it gets, I get, yeah, it's got goo in it. Hold on. I can get a hold of it and pull that goo out. There, I think I got it. Ew! That'll get covered up again. Like I said, I'm not trying to be artsy fartsy here. I just want to, let's do some stained glass stuff in here. And of course I picked a big sheet of paper. Now, if you're working along, you could collage. You could, you know, if you have a magazine close by, or you could just draw a window, maybe a stained glass window. I'm doing prompt cards, so I'm not really drawing the house here. I'm just drawing elements of a house. And I guarantee you most of these windows will get covered up. Pull it down so you guys can see, because this is only the second prompt. And some windows are, you know, there's a window here, and then there's a big another window there. On some of these, especially in the city buildings, there's just like a row of windows. You could do that here. And we don't even have to put panes in them. We can just make a half of the square. And let's see, let's do another arched window here. And this probably won't even look like an arched window by the time I'm done with it. And a little stained glass in there. Let's put a window here. Some windows are just half circles, you know, they go like that, mostly above doors. Oh yeah, I gotta make a whole page of them. Mary says let's do another bay window. I kind of like doing that one down here. And it will kind of come like that, and it'll have a side there and a side here, and then it kind of curves because it's on the edge of a wall, and then it has another piece under it. And let's just make it triple there. That's good enough. And let's do another row of windows here, like it's in a city building, an office building. When I came down to Nebraska from Wisconsin here a few years ago, I stayed with my ex-sister-in-law, who is now passed away, but she was having some of her windows replaced because insulation was bad and everything. But the builder, the guy who came in to do it, said he was working on a house that had something like 30 windows or something in it. Let's do another one of those half circles here. And my windows are just gridded squares, most of them. And this will probably all get covered up. Bring it over this way. Who's coming in that I'm missing? Riri says, I had a wee sparrow fly in my door one night. It was so scared I could see its little heart pounding in its chest. Aw, Riri. I opened my back door and shooed it out and on its way, and it rested. Aw. Aw. Well, now, a little sparrow would not bother me so much, although I'd probably still get my brother and say, there's a bird in the house. Now, if it was a chicken, I don't like chickens. When I was a kid, an old rooster jumped on my back, and I don't know if he pecked at me. I don't remember him pecking, but ever since that rooster jumped on my back, I don't even like to eat chicken. And then when I was older, I've told this story before, when I was older, my mom had this rooster, and it knew I was afraid of it. And every time I'd go outside, I'd have to get the broom for protection. And my mom caught on. She said, well, you shouldn't have to do that. We're going to kill that old bird and have him for dinner. And she did. She killed it. And that's the other thing. We're pretty lucky in our generation. We don't have to kill our meat. But she killed that bird, and they had it for supper, and I just skipped supper, I think. I couldn't eat that. I couldn't even eat him. Let's make a long window here. And put a little pane at the bottom of it. Let's put a little pane there. So this gets a little boring, but, it's just the first, actually, yeah, it is the first prompt. Windows is the first prompt. Yeah, because I did the background color. And let's do another arched window here, a half circle one, and let's do it like this. Let's put some more rows of windows down here, like in an office, a big old office building. Of course, I have to pick a big old sheet of paper to do this on. And let's see. Let's just make a big window here. Let's make it 3 tiers. Let's do some smaller ones. And as that bat was flying around last night, we were trying it flies so fast that you think you see where it goes. Like, it flew in my room here, and we saw it land on the wall, but it then, you know, when it flew out again, it, of course, it flies in a room, and then it flies out, and then it flies back in, and I could have sworn it came back in this room, but my brother found it out in the back porch, and that's when he captured it. I said, how did it, unless it went through, I got a door that's kind of set at an angle over there, that's not completely closed. It could have flown in there and went into that crack. It may have. I'll put another little arched window here. I'm almost done drawing windows. And I'm not coloring them in or anything. I'm just going to do the outlines here. Basically, they're just squares and circles. Because to get really imaginative, I'd probably have to study some windows, and I'm not going to bother with doing that tonight. Now, let's bring that down. Just do kind of a and let's do some long windows over here. Hi, Janet. Janet, we are doing a houses. I'm doing prompt cards, but we're doing a game. And the prompts, if you want to know, I just asked them to give me prompts for a house. And I painted mine kind of a blue background. It's really a lighter blue than what I'm seeing in my tablet. But the prompts were windows, doors. Oh, how many doors on here? I'm going to have to paint some of these out as doors. Windows, doors, plants, screens, like the screens on a window or door, shutters, bricks, fireplace chimney, whiteboard walls, shingles, cobblestone path. And then for alternate, it was 2 wild cards, a lattice, and a porch. Now, you know I'm going to be painting some of this out to get everything else on there, but I'll leave this out kind of halfway for a bit while I finish this up. Oops, got a little crooked there. Let's do another arched window here. We'll make a long arched window. And let's bring it down like that, and let's do the point in there. This needs another. So my windows basically are just little squares all over, although I kind of like it. I kind of like it. It's kind of fun to do that. It's kind of fun. Let's do a big long window here. And a little window. And let's just do it like that, just because I feel like it. I think I'll leave that as it is. Uh-oh, where's my, here it is. And as I sorted, I thought I had towels in here. Where did they run off to? Way at the back? Honestly. Here they are. And let me tell you, I saw some of the things that are coming up with this doll. Not the doll, I've got dolls on my brain. The house game that we're going to do in September. And yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing. And Janet put up a wonderful video in pre-process of that toadstool house. Just darling. She had tea, I think it was with Flo, wasn't it? I think Janet's preparing for a holiday, so she probably won't be here, Janet Nash, tonight, but she did a wonderful job. And I can vouch for some of the things that are going to happen in the houses stream that we're going to do in September. Hi, Leon. There's Leon. There's Mina. Hi, Mina. Did I say hello to you? Janice. Hi, Janice Climbs. Or they think you're a Disney princess and they're supposed to keep you company and serenade you. Wait a minute. What are you talking about? Well, Mina, it sounds like you need a curtain inside your door. Mina says, Janice, the thing is, these birds swoop in when I'm entering the house. No reflection involved. I'm just glad there haven't been any birdie feline fatalities. Oh, Dell says, it's too bad my hands aren't as steady. You know, Dell, my hands are, my left hand, if I hold on to things too tight, and not only when I'm arting, I noticed when I went to the courthouse the other day, and as I was coming out, I was holding on to my papers, and I was holding on to the steps as I was, the railing as I was going down the steps, but this hand just started going, I'm going, stop, stop. So, I guess you can just call it old age. I probably have Parkinson's or something. Whatever it is, it is. I'm going to blot some of this just because it will get painted over anyway. And if I blot some of these dots, it'll be easier to work on. See, I've blocked the dots. And just kind of flatten out some of that paint where my fine liner hits the paper first and it makes that dot. And I really don't mind. I don't mind how messy it gets because I do know I'm going to be doing another layer. So maybe it was good we did our windows first here. Now I'm not going to make these, although I could. That might be interesting to hold the door prompt and put the door prompt on the back of the card and just make the door, when you look at the prompt, just a little, just tape it on. Let me grab a scrap here. Where's a scrap? Where's my scraps? Just say this heart is a door. And here's my prompt card. And I could just tape it on one side, and this could be the door, and you open it up, and then you see your prompt. So that's what I'm going to do, and that will be kind of reminiscent of the interactive elements that we're going to do in the hop. So I will probably skip the door prompt and do that after I do the back and cut these apart. I'll probably put doors on the back. Oops, my hands is getting some of this too. But let's see, the door prompt is next. Where's my, what did I do with it? It's underneath. The door prompt is the second prompt. So the next prompt is plants. Oh, that'll be fun to put plants on here. I think I got this sufficiently blotted. I kind of like the little black spots on it. So prompt 3, I'm bypassing prompt 2, which is doors. I'm going to do that last. Prompt 3 is plants. Look at all those blots. And I kind of like it splotchy blotty. Kind of gives it some character, doesn't it? All right. So plants, I think of flower, you know, like in a vase, and, you know, a plant's going up that way. So I'm going to do something fairly simple. Let's get out some paint. And I'll probably have to use a wax paper. Not tin foil. I should put this tin foil on the other card. I'm always, when I want wax paper, I reach for tin foil. Let's use some of this Dollar Tree wax paper. Oh, and I was in Rosemary's last night. How fun that was. Rosemary and Popo make going there really, really fun. She was selling African journals and showing the caboodle that she's going to do for September. And you know, of course, Mary had to get one. Let's see, we want red, harvest orange. We want yellow. Come on, I saw the yellows here. I want red and yellow and green. That's ocean blue. New shamrock. And maybe we'll use some lavender. We need a blue. Although I don't think the blue is going to show up that much, but we will use it. And what else? Maybe I'll get a different shade, another shade of green, and maybe a little of this English navy. Oh, but I need my white. Hold on. We'll use the buttermilk because I want to build some planters. Now the thing of it is these are going to be cut up into cards, into prompt cards. And it's 3.5 by, let me figure this up again. Get my card, my paper out here. And of course I've already lost my pen. We'll use this one. So I'm going to check off the windows. Now my paper is 18 by 24. And if I go 2 inches here, I can get 12 of them. So 2 inches equal 12 cards. And then 3.5 into 18. Would be 5. That would be 15 times 5 would be, I think I can do 5. 3.5 times 5. 5 over 1, 7 over 2 times 5 over 1. Is that how that goes? Ah, I forgot my arithmetic. 3 times 5 is equal to 15. 1.5 times 5 is 2.5. So that's 17.5. And this is 18. So I think I can do 5 this way and 12 this way. And that would be 60 prompt cards. Oh, we need more prompts. We'll deal with that later. Is that right? 2 this way, 3.5, 7, 7 and 7. That would be 4, and I could get one more, 5. 5 times 12 is 60. 60 prompt cards? That sounds like a lot. We'll see how my arithmetic was there. Unless one of you brainy people want to figure that out for me. I don't do good with math online. I have to sit and use a calculator or think it out. I think I'm close, though. That's good enough for me. I'm going to use this brush, Crafty brush. It's kind of got an angle. It's a flat angled brush to do my plants. And I might be drawing some of these black where it still needs a little sticky on there into my paint. And I'm going to do some tiny planters. And I think I'll start out making them lavender. Let's see how that works. Maybe a lavender with a little of that buttermilk in there. Because I just want the planter. And I'll do, well, of course we can do terracotta ones, but I was thinking more round bowl ones. Here, let's get out the Georgia clay. Somebody was using Georgia clay today. And that's where I think it was Lori, Paint Girly. And I had to leave. I was dealing with our prompt list for tomorrow. Tomorrow is our video prompt, and the theme is architecture. And I'm looking for my Georgia clay. The theme is architecture, and the videos will go live at 5:30. I will be on at 4:30, and I know exactly what I'm going to do, but I can't find my Georgia clay. Come on, I use this stuff and then I don't put it back in the same spot every time, and I've got to train myself. We'll use this orange instead, ripe tomato, kind of a orange. Well, we could use this and a little red. We'll make our planters here. That looks orange to me, but if you put this one next to it, it's a little lighter. So let's start out with this. And of course now Lori, watching her paint this afternoon, watching her paint, she is so precise, and I just, this is how I paint. I'm sloppy. I know I am. Now I don't want big. I might have to, no, I kind of like that. And I should probably get a different brush for the darker color. Let's see if I can't keep those two separate. And, yeah, I guess I'll use this one. And I want some round planters too here. Something like this. Kind of a bowl planter. And we're not going to do this. We're going to do it all over, but I'm not going to do, I'm not planning on doing as many because I want my windows to show. And this is just, these are going to be backgrounds for the prompt cards. So this isn't meant, it's just kind of like elements of what you would see around a house rather than realistic looking houses. I don't like how that orange is not showing up too good. It's like it's soaking in. It's very transparent. I guess we want this one more straight. Now you don't have to put your plants in planters. I'm just doing that. And, oh, we gotta do the other side of the room. The other side of the house. I'm running out of space on my desk. I have no room. Let me move my tea. I'll put it over here where my tea was. Honestly. Help, help. I'm going to put some more purple and buttermilk on this one. I need an empty cart to be empty. Just an empty cart while I'm working. To set things in so I can move it around as I go. This is not completely dry. I'm going to blot. I kind of like to blot. Maybe I'll get some orange in the white. And we're going to bring this over here. We are. And I'm going to do some of these over here. And I'm just doing basic planters. You know, the terracotta pots. I'm not trying to be fancy dancy here. I'm not trying to be artsy fartsy. Let's me go down and chat here. See what's going on in chat. Hi, Allie K. Yes, Mary is right. 60 cards. Thank you, Allie, for checking that for me. Sometimes I'm right about things, but doing math while you're online when you're not a math person, and I am not a math person. I do okay. I didn't flunk math, but I never took advanced math either. I never took the advanced stuff. I took the first, whoops, I'll just use it. I took a year of chemistry, and we had to have Algebra 1 and Algebra 2, but I never went on to like trigonometry and all that advanced stuff. That was too over my head for where I was in my life. I think I probably could have understood it if it were explained to me. But I was so shy in classes, I was afraid to say I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? It was like, I hope I get it. I hope I pass this class. And I didn't do too bad. I wouldn't say I was an A in math. My strong points were history, and I like history. And we had civics. I did really good in civics. And art, but I never had any art in high school until my senior year because our school didn't offer it. My love of art really came from my mother and my older sister. Now I'm just doing the planters here. I'm going to go back in and put in plants. And I think I should probably put in some windows some window panes in that blue. So I might come in with some, I don't want to use glossy accent so early in the game here. What do I have on my brush? I think I dipped my orange and white. Let's clean that off a little. All right, I think that's probably plenty. And after I say that, I see a bare spot that I think needs one. Oh, let's make this an angled one. Alrighty, I think that's good. I might come in and add some more because this, I don't know, this orange and red are pretty transparent colors and they seem to be soaking into the paper. They aren't as bright as I would like. The blue behind them. The blue behind them makes them look darker than the red, you know, so I'm having to do another coat. Alrighty. I think I'm happy with that. Now let me rush out my brushes. Wash out my brushes. Rush. I was thinking brush and wash, and I come out with rush. Let's just rush out my brush. Alright. So now I'm going to put in some, now I think I'm going to do some whites in there for the windows. And I'll just do kind of abstract white. And if I can find it. One more twirl of the game here. Here it is. And we'll start up here. Julie says, I always say I'm brilliant at math if I have a calculator. Yeah, they've kind of spoiled us with calculators, haven't they? I never used a calculator till I got into business college. They let us use them. I'm not sure that we even had to deal with it in high school. I'm not sure that we even had calculators in our possession. Oh, I broke that brush. Well, let me fix this brush. I'm just going to glossy accent it. I broke the... See, that's cheap, and I leave them in water, and you know how that goes. But usually I fix them pretty good just by putting some glossy accent in them. And I don't know, I saw Johnny Junk Journal Shop in here earlier. I doubt that she stayed. But she had a, this afternoon she had a contest for people that, it wasn't anything I could enter. But she showed these stencils that she cut. And she said she would cut some for me. And I said I'd go out. She said she'd put them in her shop. So I need to go out to her shop. She knows I want them. They're really cool stencils. I liked them anyway. I noticed she came in earlier, but she probably is gone by now. And I think I can just go ahead and use this. And I'm just going to do some, because this will fall into the background. These windows, they'll fall into the background as I put in more. As I put in more prompts. And I probably could mix some blue with this, some bright blue. But we're just going to do this for now. Alright, there's a screening to do on this. On some of these. We'll put in window screens on some of these. And where I have blue in the background in the space will probably be where the bricks was the prompts. Yeah, bricks was prompt 6. So I'll probably come in with bricks in the background. Let me move this out of my way. So this is kind of abstract here at first, but just wait for it, wait for it. And the stained glass window, I'm going to come in with different colors, but I'm going to put white in there first. A white will kind of give it a base coat. And then the top, let me get paint on my brush. The top are kind of flourishes up at the top, like so. And just representing window panes here. But we're going to come in with some actual plants. But I might put the window screens on first. And how are you going to do that, Mary? I need something that'll make a screen, a grid, a mesh. I have to think about that. I could just use the line, but you can't get too precise with a card, making lines with a card. I want something like I could spray through a mesh or something. And it doesn't have to be right on the window, I suppose. Now this is the top of the bay window. The bay windows are actually, the windows are on the sides and the front. And this is the top and bottom on wood on the bay window. I hope I'm not boring you guys. I'm having fun. Oh, I promised Violet. Violet asked me in the crafting chat this afternoon, Mary, when are you going to finish your story? And I was going to tell it, what, last week or the week before? But we had the time for art, doll stuff, and I got off on all of that. So I told Violet that maybe I would tell the story while I was doing my prompt game here. Because I know what I want to say. I think I know. I think I know. So let's just go into kind of the background of the story thus far. And this is a mystery story because Rhonda wanted another Phibbsville story. And we built a character following one of the mind maps that I had. We didn't mind map the character. Well, we did kind of, but we didn't build a mind map. We followed the characteristics of a person. And we decided that the person was a male. And I'm not going to get all the things about him, but basically he's about age 35, and he's from Salt Lake City, Utah. He had an apartment, but he sold it, and he bought a mountain cabin. But he came to Phibbsville because he's a doctor. He got to Phibbsville because he was doing vaccines, we decided. So he got into Phibbsville. And I'm not going to go through all the characteristics of him because we can go revisit that another time. I don't want to bore you guys with all that. But he got into Phibbsville, and one day we were at the TheMeriAtelier, which is a general store building, an old general store building where now this is fictional, this isn't true to life, but my great-great-grandpa, my great-great-grandmother used to work in that store building, and I'm a character in the story. I'm Mary, the reluctant retiree, and that's That's where I was when we started this story. I was a reluctant retiree. And so that's what I am in the story. And anyway, we have a little kitty who's kind of a mascot, Bandit. And there's a story about Bandit in there too. But in one day, Bandit is always finding stuff and dropping it at our feet, you know, like cats do. Well, one day Bandit came in and dropped a wet, soggy billfold at the feet of Officer Orville. And Officer Orville is our local policeman. And Officer Orville noticed how wet and soggy that. He was wondering where Bandit got that billfold. And so he went out to investigate, and he found our young man, our young doctor, laying face down or on the side of the banks of the stream of dreams, the river of dreams in Phibbsville. And so we kind of killed off our character. So, in the course of telling the story, we have built a suspect list. This young doctor, we found out just by going through talking about him and what people's impressions of him were and everything. We found out that he was engaged. We found out that he was engaged. But the thing was, when Officer Orville found him, he no longer had an engagement ring on his hand. And that prompted the question of, do men wear engagement rings? And some men do and some men don't. That's what I found when I Googled it. Some men do wear engagement rings, but probably most don't in today's world, but you know, some might. Anyway, some of our friends in Phibbsville had noticed that he had an engagement ring on his hand. And of course, that's how we knew that he had been engaged. Well, when Officer Orville found him deceased by the banks of the stream of dreams, he no longer had an engagement ring on. And so as a part of building our suspect list, we determined that his fiancée might have found out that, well, let's back up a little. He also was involved with another woman. We found out that he was involved in a paternity suit, and it was proved that he was the father of a child. And so his fiancée became a suspect. She became a suspect on the suspect list. And we, little Bandit, our little black kitty, our beloved pet, our mascot, because he drug the billfold in, he became a suspect. Officer Orville put him on the suspect list, not so much that he had the motive to kill the guy that we know of, but, you know, he might have surprised him or something, and he fell or something into the river and couldn't, we don't know if he could swim or not. So, I'm just telling the background of the story for those of you who haven't followed the story here. This is where we are on it. And so, little Bandit, Mina, our Mina, she was not going to put up with Bandit being a suspect. So she hired the best attorneys that she could find. And I got the attorney name written down there. If Mina's in chat and remembers it, she'll let you know. But, and of course they came to town to defend little Bandit. And they wanted to see the contents of the billfold. I said, if you're going to blame our little Bandit, we want to see what was in that billfold. And we haven't gone to trial yet, but Officer Orville's kind of good about those things. He let the attorney examined the contents of the billfold, and inside of that billfold was a picture of Destiny. And we're going, or in the story we're going, why is there a picture of Destiny in our young man whose name happens to be John Charles Young, our young doctor? And so as a result of that, we're thinking Destiny and our Johnny, who was the motorcycle man from way back another prior story. You kind of have to follow along the stories to understand the whole thing, but just take it for fact that Johnny and Destiny were engaged. Johnny is not the young doctor. Johnny is the motorcycle guy. But because they found a picture of Destiny in the young doctor's billfold, Johnny, who is Destiny's fiance, became a suspect. Officer Orville kind of wanted to talk to him. However, Johnny was nowhere to be found. He disappeared. And that's where I think we left the story last. Oh no, there was one other thing in the prior story was Destiny was questioned. Why did she know her picture was in that young doctor's billfold? And Destiny didn't seem to have a clue about it. She didn't know the guy. And she wanted to see the picture. She wanted to be sure it was really her, I guess. And when she saw the picture, she said, oh, that was a picture of me long ago. That's not a current picture of me. And she has no idea, because she doesn't know this young doctor, who's now deceased. We killed him. We created a character and then we killed him. So she says, I have no idea why that doctor would have a picture of me in his billfold. And she says, I don't know him. I have nothing to do with him and everything. Officer Orville asked her, she said, well, do you know where Johnny is? And she said, no, I don't. He hasn't contacted me. He's been away for several days. When was the last time you saw him? Well, it's been a couple weeks. That's my answer. Destiny hasn't. She said, well, you know, he's a busy guy. He works for the government. He used to. Our Johnny is the nephew of our Frederick, who is the lead pencil criminal who is now reformed. That's a long story. You have to read the book. Anyway, he used to work for Google over in London, and he quit his job. He got mad at Google because they kept taking away his money. They kept decreasing his salary, and he said, I'm not going to put up with this anymore. I'm going to go to America. He was over here. That's how he met Destiny. He was over here riding his motorcycle one day, and he met Destiny on a country road after her car gave out on her. And I'm not going to go all through that story, but that's the long story short. And they eventually got engaged. They're not married yet. So our Johnny has become a suspect. Well, Frederick, who is his uncle, although they were kind of in a dispute about who actually owned the TheMeriAtelier building, where we hold our meetings in our story. Johnny wanted to tear it down and make a parking lot out of it, and Frederick wasn't having anything to do with that, so they were kind of in a dispute. Well, that dispute kind of went into the back burner because Johnny and Destiny got engaged, and then COVID hit. So they never really tied the knot. They haven't had a wedding yet. And, but Johnny because he's no longer working for Google, he still has to make a living, and he's real smart with computers and everything. So he works for the U.S. government. And so Destiny says, well, she says, I can't keep track of him because sometimes, you know, he doesn't share all the secret stuff that he works on. He could be gone and I wouldn't even know it because he's off on his something with his job and he can't really talk about it. And so she didn't think anything of him being missing. You know, to her it was just normal that he's not around for a while. And she didn't know anything about the guy being killed off. You know, it was as much a surprise to her as to us. So we have a suspect list. On it is the fiance of the doctor and the lady who is the mother of the illegitimate child, I guess you could say. So we think she might have had something to do with it because she wanted insurance money. She wanted more money than she was getting. And we're thinking maybe the fiance killed him because she found out that he was a father of an illegitimate child. Or she might have known about the picture of destiny. And then the other suspect is Johnny because he might have known that that picture was, he might have found out that that guy had something to do with his destiny. Oh look, I've painted all my window panes. Now, I think I'm going to do my plants last because I don't want to have to paint the bricks. I don't want to have to paint the plants around the bricks. I want to do the bricks next. And let's see. I'm going to have to just put this paper right here for a minute. And let's get the prompt list out here. It's windows, doors. I got doors to do. We'll probably do the doors next. I'm working on the plants. The red and white planter, the red and kind of purple lavender planters on there. And then shutters and bricks, a fireplace and chimney. Oh, how am I going to get all this on here? Whiteboard walls, shingles, cobblestone path, lattice porch. 2 wild cards. All right. So what I'm going to do next is, I think I'm going to put some doors on here. So we were all sitting in there. To get back to our story, we are sitting around on a Saturday afternoon. It's hot. August is hot. One of the hottest Augusts that we've had in Fidsville. And it just happens to be cool at the TheMeriAtelier. Whoever owned that building before put central air in it. So it's the place to go to cool off. And we're all there and we're just visiting. We're doing our art. We're just having all sorts of fun. I'm looking for some brown. And everybody's working away. And then all of a sudden everybody gets quiet. And Mary's sitting there going, what's going on? And then there's kind of a going on in the room. And who do you think walks in? No, it isn't the dead guy. It's not the dead guy. Johnny. He just ambles in. He just walks in like he owns the place. You know, happy as a lark. You know, he's back home, he thinks. And we're just sitting there going, where were you? Do you realize that you are being considered a suspect for a murder, you know? And he just ambles in, just, you know, yeah. And so Officer Orville gets called because, and Frederick comes along with Officer Orville because Frederick Johnny is our motorcycle man, and he is the nephew. He is Frederick, our lead pencil criminal is Frederick, if you recall. And he's our lead pencil, Frederick is our lead pencil criminal, and Johnny is his nephew. And of course, when Frederick finds out that Johnny's back, and he finds out because he hangs around Officer Erbil an awful lot these days. Well, of course, he's got to come too, because if Johnny's back, he wants to be, he wants to be in on any questioning. This gets to be shaken up really good. Let me get a towel here and wipe this, because I don't want it too transparent. So, eventually Officer Erbil comes in, because he's going to spend a little time talking to Johnny. Where were you? You know? And you know, we thought, well, maybe Johnny is laying down at the bottom of the lake too. We were getting kind of worried because he was gone for the longest time. But no, he's back, and he explained. He said, well, I had a job to do. I was off doing a, if I tell you I'd have to kill you thing. And he said, what's up? What's up? Why are you guys so interested in me coming back to Fibbsville? I go off and come back several times and nobody cares. So I'm going to put some doors in here. And I think I'm going to start out by painting them kind of green just to get a base. Now the plants will come on over this, but now I need some brown. And I might put some red doors in here too. Now the plants, you have to understand that I'm going to put plants over here, so a lot of what I'm doing here will probably get covered up. But let's put some doors, and let's make them like that maybe. And maybe bring it down a little in here. Now, I don't know if that's going to work. I need my towel again, or a towel. So, Officer Erbil sets Johnny down and explains that the young doctor's been found dead by the stream of dreams. And lo and behold, there was a picture of Destiny when we examined the contents of his billfold. There was a picture of Destiny in there, and you, Sir Johnny, are under suspicion because we're thinking maybe you knew something about Destiny's picture being in that billfold. Of course, you know, Johnny is... Frederick says, you don't have to answer anything. Make sure he reads you your Miranda rights before you talk. I'll hire you a lawyer. This is Frederick advising Johnny. And Johnny says, no, I don't mind. He says, I can prove my whereabouts. You know, I was legitimately off on a job. I'll give you contact information, and I can prove my whereabouts. And so Officer Erbil says, oh, I'd like that information, please. And so, but in the meantime, Officer Erbil says, did you know that did you have any idea that this guy had an interest in Destiny? And this guy is really a half-brother to Johnny. So Johnny knows this guy, but Johnny seems to have been gone when he came. Now I'm going to have to detail that a little bit more. I might get that dark blue out. Hold on. It needs to be a little more. Let me get that dark blue. Johnny got kind of quiet. And he said, well, this guy, you know, he said he was my half-brother, and he knew that I was engaged to Destiny. He said, I don't know where he got the picture, but he knew I was engaged to her, maybe just because She was my fiance. I mean, to him, Johnny thought it was all kind of innocent. Let's put it that way. He didn't seem to think that the young doctor having a picture of destiny, especially an older picture of destiny, was a big deal. He might be a little bit more concerned if it were a recent picture of destiny, or if there was a picture of them together or something. But, he said, well, maybe just because I'm engaged to her, maybe he just wanted a picture of his future sister-in-law. Or would that be a sister-in-law? Half-brother? Half-brother? I don't know. Would it be sister-in-law? You guys are going to have to tell me. So, even though Johnny can kind of explain his whereabouts, he's still under suspicion. Officer Orville hasn't let him off of the suspect list. But you have to consider he probably doesn't have enough to bring him to trial. Officer Orville is just gathering information. He's not really an attorney. He's not bringing anybody to trial yet. So that's my story for tonight. Is Johnny just ambled in, and of course Destiny was glad to see him, and they haven't made plans for their wedding yet. They're kind of holding it off. They're just taking it slow and safe. They're in no hurry. So does this look like doors behind those windows? It's kind of abstract. I don't want to, because this is going to be all cut into little cards, and there's going to be plants on there and bricks and cobblestone. So I'm just going to put a few doors on here. To get all of these things in here will be kind of hard to do. All of these prompts. And so the door might just be Cheryl said she's listening. A tangled web. Yes, it is. It's a tangled web in Phibbsville, let me tell ya. A tangled web. But what small town does not have its secrets? What small town does not have its secrets? That's what makes it interesting. So, as it is now, we still don't know. There's really no, Officer Orville hasn't found anybody with enough guilt to convict him yet, or to bring him to trial, or to even make charges, let's put it that way. Nobody's been put in jail yet. And I think it was Allie Kay who said one night, Mary, maybe he killed himself. Maybe he committed suicide. So there's that to consider. Maybe this young doctor fell in love with Destiny and decided, well, he knew he could never compete with Johnny. And maybe now I'm just talking in the wind here. I'm not saying this is part of the story. But maybe he just concluded that he couldn't live without Destiny, so he jumped in the lake. Jumped in the stream of dreams. Now that's just brown. I'm not sure I can even call those doors, but that's what they are now. And I'm just going to put some brown. I'm not even sure that this at least looks like a partial of a door. And if I draw around it, and after I get the plants on there, I think I'll just do a couple more. And we'll see what happens here. Maybe I'll put a door up here. It's hard to paint a door when I got so many windows. And I'm thinking of a door just being a wooden door. I'm not trying to make it fancy or red or blue or anything like that. I could, maybe later. We're just blocking in some doors here behind. And believe me, it's blocked in. I'm not really sure I'm happy with it, but there it is. And let's do another one here. So there's where we are in our Phibbsville story. It's kind of fun to just talk about it as if you were just telling the happenings in a small town. Phibbsville is a small internet town. The motto, if you want to know, for Phibbsville is a small town and a big park, because all the buildings are surrounded by trees. In downtown, you'd almost feel like you're walking downtown, but it's in a park. The downtown area is in a park. There's a lot of trees and benches and then we have a daily newspaper, well, a weekly newspaper, a paper that gets out whenever we feel like it, and it's called the Daily Fibber. I guess it's daily if we call it the Daily Fibber. And I think Lucia named our newspaper for it. And Janice is our reporter editor. Janice is our kind of our researcher too in Phibbsville. She comes up with every time I need an answer, Janice and Allie K, a lot of you find answers for me. Got a lot of paint on my palette here, but I don't think I want to put any more doors. My doors are mostly just brown areas in the background. They're not meant to represent, at least at this point. I might come back in and make them a little bit more realistic, but right now they're just brown triangles. And I think I'm not really following these prompts in the order that they're given. I need screens. So I want to do the bricks next. I want to do the bricks. Let's put this brush in the water, because the bricks are going to go in the background. So I want to kind of build up my background first. Where's my other brush? Let's put that in the water. And that's why I'm holding some of the other stuff off, like the plants. And I might put in a couple wild cards. We got the lattice. The plants will be taking up a lot, but I might put some kitty cats on here. We'll see. We'll see. Let's just do the bricks. And I think I saw a Tuscan red here. Got a bright red. Purple. Where's my Tuscan red that I saw? Alizarin crimson. Come on, I saw the Tuscan red. Cranberry wine. Cherry red. What happened was I bought a lot of different reds because I couldn't find Tuscan. And then Karen K sent me, here's Tuscan red. Karen K sent me some Tuscan red. And this is what leaked out of the bottle. I haven't opened this yet. It leaked out of the bottle, and I think for some reason somebody realized it. Karen ordered me 2, but I got 4. And I think somebody realized that the paint leaked, and so they did another order. I don't know what went on there, but I ended up with 4 bottles of Tuscan red, or 3.5. Let's shake it real good. We're going to do bricks in the background, and I'm going to do them with a smaller brush. Let me get out my brush. Now this is mostly background work here. I'm probably going to do a little bit of detail work on it, but okay. Paint Girly says, I love this piece. Thank you, Lori. Hi, Janice. She says, tons, yes. Tons of what? Julie, they are so inventive in the ways folks get killed. It cracks me up. Yeah, really. Are you talking in real life, Janice? Where's my brush? There it is. In real life, you know, I don't want that paint to dry up. I'm going to, where's my dictionary? It's right here. Let's smish that paint in my dictionary, because because it's going to dry up on me. And let's just use it. Let's use it right here. And let's get out one of these brushes. And let's just smish it on here. This brush is really too small. Where's my scraper? Did I put it back in here? Let's scrape. Put that back in the water. We don't want to waste. Becky says, Mary, we don't want to waste our 80-cent paint. No way. This is pretty dark stuff, but I got out that dark blue. Let's wipe this off now. And let's see if I can't get some of that orange and white on there. Nah, I don't think I'm going to get much on it. But at least I rescued some of the paint. And I can come in with white over this, or, you know, a lighter color, gold. It's pretty muddy right there, but at least I used my paint. Let's put that behind me, let it dry. Get rid of this. I think I'll just fold this in half. And we're going to paint some bricks on this. These are going to be prompt cards for a houses that goes along with our September game. And don't forget, tomorrow is our video op. The videos will go live at 5:30. I'm going to do a live stream at 4:30. Not for all morning, just for part of the morning. I might have to add some red to this because Tuscan red is, no, it's pretty, well, it's kind of brickish color. Let's see what happens here. I want to do bricks here. Bricks is a prompt, and it's pretty easy to paint these in, sort of in between the in between the windows. It doesn't have to be perfect. Kind of leave spaces in there, and I'll probably have to come in and maybe I'll put doors in here after I'll have to figure out. Oh, you know what I was going to do for the doors? We'll leave these the way they are in here. I forgot. I'm going to put the doors on the back of the prompt cards. You guys are probably reminding me. And I'm going to do them as little flap open things. So we'll open the door and we'll see the prompt. I forgot I said I was going to do that, and then I sat here and, you know, I might just paint over this. Paint out my ugly doors here. And we'll just have that be part of the building in there. I forgot about doing that. I'll have to detail my windows a little bit more because they're going to get lost in underneath the bricks. But take into consideration that these are going to be cut up into 3.5 by 2 pieces. So no matter how convoluted it looks here, usually what happens is it looks kind of neat on the final. Abstract neat. Now I'm going to put plants in there. My plants are going to be hanging plants, I think. Alright, let me look at chat. Let's see. Julie says, oh yes, that one's good. Good night, Angie. I like the English murder mysteries, Julie says. You know, it seems like I have been gravitating. I don't know why. I seem to pick them up at the library. I went to the library. I had to go get my car licensed last week. And the library is just right across the street. So I went to the library. and they didn't have any good magazines out. I was telling the gals that they did have a box of books there that were old almanacs. They were hardbound, but they said almanac. I didn't pull them out of the box because I wasn't sure I could. And they were sitting on the steps as you enter, and I asked the librarian if those were part of the freebies. And she said, no, those are for the book sales going to happen in September. But I didn't get any free magazines, but I tell you, I sure eyed those books, those almanacs. Looked pretty interesting. And they'll probably get grabbed before I get to the sale. Phooey. But I seem to gravitate toward French resistance. The last few books I have read has been all about ladies, women who were in the French resistance, helped win France out of the control of the Nazis during World War II. And the last book I read was called The Book of Lost Names. It was really good. It was about a lady who wound up, she was artistic. She was very artistic, so she could forge. She was very good at realism, I guess. And she could forge all these documents. And that's what she did during World War II to help get kids out of the country, the young people that were fleeing the Nazis. Boy, that's a lot of bricks, isn't it? Do I want to do that all across everything? I don't know. Well, they're going to be cut up. I think I'm going to continue. But anyway, and then I read another one. What was the other one I read? I think it was it one that my quilt lady, I can't remember. And I read another one. See, I read these books and they go in one ear and out the other one. But I remember the stories, like I can tell you about the Book of Lost Names. And what was the other one about? Can't remember. I watched a YouTube documentary on Nancy Wake, and she was a beautiful lady, I guess. But a lot of the ladies who were beautiful, you know, they could fool the Germans, I guess. But they helped a lot as French resistance, fighting for France during World War II, and getting people out of the country, getting documentation to where it needed to go, and that type of thing. And Nancy Wake, I had sketched her several months ago, a couple years ago. And that's where I first learned about Nancy Wake, W-A-K-E. And she was a pretty lady. And I was watching a YouTube documentary about her. Very interesting. And I can't remember the specifics, but they needed a radio. And they determined that the only way that they could get that radio past the German watch points, you know, the stations, was if Nancy rode her bicycle. And so she had to go get it. She rode her bicycle to get it. And I guess it was several miles. And they showed that on that documentary. And the guy who was narrating the documentary, I guess he got to meet Nancy Wake in her later years, because she survived the war. A lot of the ladies who worked in the French resistance, if they got caught, they got killed. So not all of them survived. But Nancy survived the war. And the narrator, I think, met her. He just gave me the impression that he met her. But he said in the narration, as he was talking about his time with Nancy, that she considered that bicycle ride, that when she went to get the radio that they needed to communicate with the Allied troops, they didn't have a way of communicating, and she had to go get it. And she considered that one of her most brave things that she did during her time in the war. And I read another book, and I can't remember it right now, but it seems like when I go to the library and I'm looking for something interesting to read, I end up picking out these books about these ladies who are French resistance, and I'm going, what is that about? Why do I gravitate toward those storylines? You know, I'm not interested in a lot of other stuff, but that interests me, and that's what I walk home with. But it was hot. Oh, it was hot the other day. Now this is getting pretty convoluted. I might go in and kind of wash out some of this to make those windows pop out a little bit more, but I want to put in the bricks first. I got that white, one of the prompts is whiteboard walls. You know, I could do whiteboard walls in the center here. Let's do that. Let's do some more bricks down here in this corner, and then I'll do my whiteboard walls in here. So some of them will have bricks and some of them won't. So let's start with my bricks here, and kind of there and there, and they'll come down at an angle this way, and then I'll put because I think I'm getting too much detail. Meri tends to want to do detail. Check out Louise Penny, good Canadian mystery writer, Del Lobo says. Hi, Valerie. You know, it is. I'm not trying to be, it's really kind of doodle painting in a way. I'm not trying to be ultra perfect with it or ultra realistic. I'm just representing bricks on a wall. And so, yeah, it is kind of relaxing, come to think of it, Valerie. And it's good to see you in here, Valerie. Welcome, welcome. Who else am I missing? Julia here. Janice says, I wasn't here at the beginning. Might be that Bimini Blue. Oh, no, this is, let me get out the color. It looks like Bimini Blue, but it's a Caribbean color. I have to get it here. Where did I put it? I put it away. It's more of a Caribbean. Of course I won't be able to find it now. Did I put it over to the side here? I might have put it over to the side. No. I think it's just called Caribbean. It's kind of a teal color. It might look more blue to you guys, but it's kind of a teal blue. And I can't find the bottle of paint now because I just put it in one of these slots. I think it was called Caribbean. Of course I can't find it, but go with Caribbean. I just put these things, oh wait, is it up here? No. I don't know what I did with it. Sorry. But it looks very much like that Bimini Blue, doesn't it? because that Bimini blue is kind of a teal color, and this is kind of a teal, but this is not Bimini. I think this was just called Caribbean. And I can't tell you whether it was Apple Barrel or, you could go back and look, or Deco Art. I hate it when I can't find it. Here. I know it was Caribbean. I know. I could be mistaken, but I think that's what it was called. Yeah. Janice says, I love Brenda Blethen, B-L-E-T-H-Y-N. Janice says, I have a love of backgrounds and love the scenery in Vera, Shetland, and some others. What they're talking about. You're not kidding, Janice. Here's where Angie went out. Tuscan Red is one of... Hi, Suze. One of Suze's favorites. Yeah, I love Tuscan Red. I love it. It's kind of a brick red. It's kind of a brick red. And of course, you know, Meri just has to do a big old, well, to tell you the truth, I don't know where I put my 9x15 pad. It's here somewhere. I straightened out the boxes behind me so they don't look like they've just been tossed in like a hoarder. They're nicely stacked up, but I don't know what I did with my 9. Oh, that's not red, that's brown. Where's my dictionary? Let's smear that in then. We'll just make this a little bit more muddy here on the page. I don't need brown right now. You guys can't see what I'm doing, but I'm just going to smear this on my page. Get it off of my palette there. I pulled the brown instead of the red. And I'm just about done with this, and then I think I'm going to do the boards. And I'm just building the background here. All of this is just background. It's very abstract. It's very, very abstract. Let's see, I think I'll come out to here. I need to come down maybe there, there, here, and here, and there. So it'll angle down that way. And I think I'm going to leave that brown. I painted over the other though. Maybe I should paint over it. Because I was going to represent doors in there, but they're hard to see as doors. So I forgot that I was going to put the doors on the back and make little doors that you open to read the prompt. I might be all night at doing this. But I told the story. I don't really have much other... I have a lot to do, but I don't have a lot of other stuff on my plan to do. I plan to tell that story tonight. Bibbsville story. No. Oops. messing up here. But it's not going to matter, because I'm going to come in and detail some of this anyway. This is just kind of putting in the background. Think of this as being a brick house. And I think I'll make my boards, my white boards, go up and down instead of across. Now I got all these white windows. I might have to put some blue in those, light blue in those windows. We'll see. Because if I do the white boards here, the windows are gonna fall into the boards. I might have to make my boards a different color. What color could I make them? A light blue? I think the light blue would kind of... Oh, I have to think about that. I got off track there, but luckily this is where a plant's gonna go, so it isn't going to matter a whole lot, just to represent a brick. Okay, so let's put this over to the side, Come on, get in there. Now I got too much stuff out on my desk yet. I'm gonna move that down, put that there. I think this is mostly dry here. It's just craft paint. And let's spread that red on this ugly mud page I have going here. Let's give it some red in here. Use up my Tuscan red. And I'll keep adding scrap paint to this page. All right. Now, I'm not doing these prompts in order because I need to do the background first. I've got windows. The doors I'm going to put on the back. I've started putting in the planters, and I'll make those show up a little bit more when I do the plants. I put in the bricks. I don't have shutters. We could put bright blue shutters on some of these windows. In these windows here. We'll do those after I put the... We got the bricks. Fireplace and chimney. I have to think about that. I might have to do a wild card. I might do the lattice. Because I can't fit a fireplace on here in my mind. Because to me, this is all outside. So as much as I love the prompt, I'm going to leave it in the game. I think I'm going to do lattice. Shingles. We could probably work some shingles in here someplace. Shingles on my, yeah, cobblestone path. We can do that too, maybe. So what I'm going to do next, I think I'm going to do the boards, and then I'm going to put in some shutters on some of these windows. So let's see. I'm kind of wary about whiteboard because I think it's going to mess with my windows. unless I come back in. Let's draw with my big fat pen here. There's nothing saying that I can't. But if I draw with my big pen here around these, after I paint my white boards in there, you know, I can detail these. Like this is the bay window here, and I can make it look more like a window. And I might make this a yellow color, or the boards around here a yellow color. Or I might put yellow shutters in here. So I think I will go ahead with a white, but it's going to kind of conflict with this right now until I detail it. So let's fold my paper this way and put some white on here. And how do I want to put that on? With a brush? I think what I'll do, if I can find one, find it. And I put them all in here, and now I can't get to them. Where did they go off to? Find the big ones. I want the smaller ones. Is that a smaller? Well, that's sort of small. I'm going to cut one of these cards, and I'm going to bring my boards down like that. So let's see how that works. I'm going to play. Julie says, oh yes, looked it up, Janice. It looks like that one. Hi, Auntie Loopy. She says it does look relaxing. I love the bricks against that color. Yeah, it does pop, doesn't it? Now I'm going to see if I can drag some white paint. And these squares in here represent my windows. You know, I could put those as yellow. I could put some yellow wash on those. Maybe I'll do that first, and that will help my white board stand out a little bit more. All right, hold the phone. I've got to get another towel out here. If I'm going to do a wash, I need to clean my brush. I think this is the brush that, was it this one or this one? Maybe it was this one that I put the ferrule back on with glossy accent. It might have been that other one. All right, let's make these yellow in here just real fast. I'm not gonna try to, and these I'll come back in and make them multicolored. I'll just put a few yellow ones in for the stained glass. And we'll just make the lights on in these windows. Fast here. Add some detail. And don't forget, I'm going to put plants on here. So, a lot of this will be, like there's a planter here and there and there. And I'll be putting those on too. So a lot of this will be painted over with my plants. But I got to get the background on first. And then we're going to cut it all up. It's like we're building a character and killing it. We're doing a painting and killing it. This one I didn't get painted, huh? These I didn't get painted. Some of these windows I didn't get painted. It's funny how I'll skip those things. Talking, I guess, while I'm painting. They're just a little darker because of the blue underneath, but that's okay too. Yeah. I'm only doing this because I'm going to put white boards on there, and I don't want the white boards to contrast with my windows. I mean, not contrast. I don't want them to meld together. Let's put it that way. I want the windows to show up. And I want the boards to show up. Otherwise, they'll just look like all one white shapes. I kind of like the yellow on there anyway. And take into consideration, this is still all background. And I'll be detailing this a little bit more. And I'm just doing fast swishes of my brush. Like the lights are on in these rooms. The town's lit up. The town is lit up. But these will all be cut into 3.5 by 2 shapes, so prompt cards, so these tiny little windows I didn't get that good. They're just tiny ones. Now I know how much you guys say how you like the blue, but after I put the yellow on here, it's really convoluted. So I'm going to come in, you'll see, I'm going to put some red wash on these bricks too to make them look more like a shape. Right now they're just kind of, it's not cohesive enough for me. You'll see what I mean in a minute. This is a pretty yellow. I have to say, this is Deco Art Saffron Yellow. This is a pretty yellow. This is a pretty bright yellow. And this will probably be all I do tonight. I told the Fibsville story. I really didn't have a lot planned for tonight. I need to work on art dolls. I want to do some things for September. Tomorrow, it is already almost 10 o'clock. And I've got to be up at 4:30 tomorrow morning to do my part of the hop for tomorrow. I know what I'm going to do. I do. But I can rest afterwards. I get going on these things, though I can't quit. And I'm getting down to the end of this paint, and I just have a little bit left. I skipped that window. I'm going to lose Now this certainly isn't the bed and breakfast. This is more like a big city building, if you ask me. But it's houses. Could be a big old townhouse down in downtown Boston or someplace. Brick row house type thing. Now let's do, I missed this one. And I'm going to put a little yellow spots in here just to... Alright, I'll miss this one. It's funny how I miss things. Miss these. Oh, that's a piece of paper. Oh, that's what I'm going to build the white wood with. All right, now what I want to do, let's get that page out again and smear some yellow on this dictionary page. If I can get it over here. Let's smear, it's got red in here, but let's put some yellow on this. Lighten it up a little. We'll come back in later and put some other stuff on it too. All right. Now what I want to do to make this look more like a brick wall, it's kind of spotty to me. Look, I'm going to put these paints away. I'll be getting them out again, but what I want, let's try this one. Cherry red. Let me fix my chair. I think I'm going to weld my chair into one spot. The seat goes up and down, and it's an old chair, so I keep floating down to the floor in this chair. I bought a new chair, but it doesn't fit in this room very well. And it certainly doesn't fit now. That I think I like this color better. I think it's a little brighter for this. What did I drop? I dropped something down in that. What color was it? That's probably what happened to my Georgia clay, too. Okay. Hold on. One more pink to put away here. Alright, so what I want to do is wash out my brush, get a towel, and let's wash my brush out. Okay, and let's fold this one more time. And we're going to take some of this bright red, and I'm going to get it wet. And I'm just going to wash alongside in here so that it looks more like a wall. I'm hoping. And don't forget, there'll be plants in front of a lot of this. So a lot of this, what I'm doing now, will fall into the background. So it really won't matter too much. And that pot is going to fall into, I might have to lighten those and make them a brighter orange, the flower pots. Because I have that blue background, the the flower pots kind of went dark on me. And don't forget, this is all going to be cut apart. So you'll just get hints of bricks and windows and plants. I can see the detail. I don't know how much you guys can see of the detail of the bricks in here, but I can see them pretty plain in real life. And the red that I'm putting on is just kind of like a wash to tie it together. And the blue is peeking out of the windows there. I kind of like that. Yeah. Whoops. And I think I'm going to paint over this door. It's not brick, but whoops, there's a planter there too. I'll bring that red down. And it looks kind of abstract right now, and I guess it is. But that's the way it is for now. Just wait till I'm done. Wait for it. Let's do this side. I was thinking how much I have enjoyed being online at YouTube over the years that I've been home here in Nebraska. I don't know what I would have done without you guys. Gone crazy, I guess. Well, when I first came down here, I did not have the capability to... In fact, I was going to the library just to get online and watch videos. When I first came down here, I did not have internet down here. We got internet, and then when my brother got his caption phone is when we really got good internet. We had to have better internet. And but you guys have been my... Yeah, I'm way out here in Nebraska. You guys have been my social. I would probably, when I first came down here, I read a lot of books. For the first month that I was down here, I had my nose in books. I think I read all the books that are out there in the living room by my chair. I read them all. Let's clean off the cap here. But I've been down here now 5 years in June. 5 years in June. I'm going to throw this, well no, let's smear it on the... I don't know what you guys are seeing. It looks kind of convoluted when I look at it in my tablet, but I've learned that my tablet does not show my pictures as well as what it does when you guys see it top down. I'm going to smear this red on here now. Got most of it there. I'm going to throw that piece of wax paper away. And we're going to do the white wood. And we're going to do the white wood in here. So the prompt is whiteboard walls. And I'm going to take this piece here And I think I'll mix mine with white and buttermilk to give it a little bit of, let's get out a piece of wax paper again. Where'd my wax paper go? Hold the phone, my chair is falling down again. There we go. We've got to get cobblestone on here. Yeah. All right. Let's just concentrate on the white. Of course, it's not dry in spots. Let me hit it with the heat gun. Now, put my red away. Get out the white. The buttermilk. The buttermilk is here. I don't need this plain liner anymore. And the white. Where did I put my white? White, white, white. What did I do with it? We might do them in buttermilk. Where did I put the white? Alright, hold the phone. I have to find the white. I got white gloss. Where did I put it? I put stuff away and then I can't find it. That's typical of Mary. Here it is, right where it should be. Alright, let me dry this a little. Heat gun alert. Hi, Anne. It looks awesome. Aw, thank you. My tablet, because it's an old tablet, it's probably going at 144. Let me check my picture quality. Yeah, it's at 144. It's probably why it's not looking. Let's do advanced in 720. Well, that looks a little bit better. I only had it at 144 resolution, and of course that's pretty blurry. And don't forget, this is all going to be cut up. But I'm going to put plants on there, and that'll make a whole big difference. And I need cobblestone in here, too. All right, let's get my wax paper out. And I'm going to mix white and buttermilk. And I wish I was as talented as Lori is with her Donna Dewberry. I would put some gray, but I'm not that talented with one-stroke painting, Donna Dewberry style. I invariably mess it up. I laugh at Lori because she says, I'm trying to loosen up, and Mary's saying, I wish I could get more controlled. I want just a tiny bit. I want that a little bit darker. I think I'm going to mix a tiny bit of black. Just the tiniest bit of black in there. Let's put it up here. And where's my... I want more of a grayish tone in there. More like that. A little bit grayer maybe. I want it to be a little more toned down. It's still not the color. I guess more than tiny. More than tiny. There. Well, that might be too much. No, I think that's perfect. Mix it up a little. On the buttermilk. Buttermilk kind of turned to a buttermilk gray. Alright. And I used that as a... Let me wipe it off. And I guess I'll use the other side to spread. Now what I think I'm going to do, and let's start over here on this side. Let's start right in here. Maybe. What I think I'm going to do is bring it down. And of course my paint is running. White's running into the gray there. And what I want to do is just some white boards. Yeah, I don't know. Now, I'll have to come in and detail this in order to get them to look like more than just splotches of paint. But we're going to keep working with this. And I just want some vertical strokes. And I'll try to make them look like they belong to each other. But that might be kind of hard in the smaller pieces. Oh, this is that. We can cover this up. That's one of those doors. I decided I was going to put my doors. On the back. Now I have to come in and draw those windows in. So don't, like, again, this is all background here. All of this, there's a flower pot there. There's a window there, and then we start into the bricks. This looks a little meshed together there. But when I get the detail in, I'm hoping that it'll be a little bit more defined. And if not, it's all going to be cut up into prompt cards anyway. Whoops. Well, I'm just going to go there. Let's see if I can't make them longer boards going down this way. Make a little bit more sense. And I only need I need a skinnier board there. But oh well. Very abstract. I don't usually do abstract. Abstract is, I'm kind of happy with this though. It's kind of representing what I want it to represent. This is that door again. Oh, I'm just going to go right over the door. Let's see, let's start right about here and come down. Was there a planter there? Now, what I want to do, let's pull this over again. Let's take some more of this. Let's do it with white. No, let's do it with the buttermilk. I want to mix some more of that grayish color. And I'm not sure I can do it with this. I might have to do it with the larger edge. And let's mix some of the black with the buttermilk, and a lot of it. We want it to be a darker tone. Maybe a whole lot of it. Yeah, my hand. A little bit more. I want it to be dark, but I don't want it to be black. I need more dark. I don't want it to be so spread out either. I need it in a pile. This is not a good mixer. Yeah. That's getting to where I want it. Get it off of my hands. Alright. Now what I think I want to do is bring this way and do some lines. And I'll probably do them right over my planters and come back and put in my planters and everything as in windows as detail. But I think I just want lines in here. Do it down in here. Help! I don't have enough room on my desk. Not enough room. Not enough room on my world, in my world. And up in here, yeah. Now I'll have to come in and define those windows more, but we know there are windows there. They're just kind of peeking out right now. I think that's getting to where I want. It's kind of abstract. I kind of like it that way. I don't think there's enough gray on there to save. Now let's wipe off my scraper. I want to put it back in the tray. I'm going to throw this one away. And we'll fold this one in half. Let's fold it this way. We don't need any more mud on our dictionary page. Alright, so shall we throw some cobblestones on here? And how am I going to do that? I'm thinking dots. Dots. Gray dots, brown dots. Cobblestones could be red. And don't worry about the planters. They'll get drawn back in, and I'm going to have plants on going all across here. This is all background stuff. So I'm thinking dots. I understand, Janice and Lars says, and I haven't worked in over 2 years. What did Janice say? Oh, Anne, I understand. I work today, so I won't be here all night either. I'm not going to be here all night because I have to get up I have to stream tomorrow morning at 4:30. So you guys, if you feel like you need to leave, I want you to leave. I don't want you to feel like you have to stay just because I'm streaming. Because, you know, I'm just having my fun with these prompt cards. And it is probably getting pretty late on the East Coast. It's about 10 after 10 here, 11 after 10. I'm trying to decide what color to make my dots. I almost want to make them a bright blue. What else oh, shutters. I need shutters on the windows. And I want them to be a bright blue, I think. A pretty bright blue. And that's metallic. Oh, where's my blue? That's true navy. That's black and green. Here. I like this blue a lot. No, that's black. Pulled the wrong one. Bright blue. This is really a pretty color. I think I'm going to put some shutters on these windows. And we need cobblestones. We'll do those. We'll do the cobblestones after I do the shutters. And I'll detail the plant. I got the plants on the... This is kind of fun for me. It's very abstract. I generally... Yes, you can tell. It's still painty here. I should have dried this. Let me hit it with the heat gun. These gray areas. Yeah, it's getting late on the East Coast. I understand. And even you West Coast folks, I understand. I don't want you to feel like, because, you know, when I go watch streams sometimes, I'll leave it playing, but sometimes I don't either. Like today, I was watching Lori, Paint Girly, and I had to stop to redo my link list for tomorrow, because we had a last minute change, you know, so things happen. And if you're tired, you worked all day, I don't want you to feel like, oh, I have to watch Mary. This I'm just doing for my fun. This is just fun stuff. All right, we're going to paint shutters in here. I think I'm going to do them with one of these flat brushes. Get another towel out, because I seem to throw them away. Sylvia! Hi, Sylvia! Sylvia is going to join our live stream, Hop. I'm not saying what kind of houses you guys are doing until I put up the schedule. And the schedule probably will not go up until a few days before the... Of course, if you guys do pre-processed videos, you're more than happy to say, like Janet's already done a toadstool house where, you know, she's put in, she had a tea party with Flo. But I'm going to let you guys decide when you want to say what houses and rooms you're doing. That's, so I'm not having anything to do with that. I'm going to put shutters in here. Oh, and they're going to be dark. You know, I should put white as a base first. Excuse me, I'm going to put white, and then I'm going to paint over my white with blue to make it stand out more. Because otherwise they'll fall right into the... Although falling into the background really isn't too bad of a thing, but I want it to be a little bit brighter. So I'm going to put white on, and then I'm going to come back and paint blue over the white for shutters. Oops, that shutter got a little crooked there. If I can get that out, I don't know. It isn't going to matter in the long run. Let's just wipe it off. In the long run, it's going to be cut, but I just want white white lines there, and then I'm going to come back with the, and the planters, I kind of know where my planters are going to be, but I can see I'm going to have to repaint my planters. I'm going to put shutters on all my windows. And this shutter is hidden. And that one, got a planter over that one. And that's kind of a long window, but we'll still just put strokes in there for the shutters. And some of these windows don't need shutters, they're stained glass windows. Some of them are big long windows. I put shutters on those, but you really don't need to. Let's see what I have over here. I've covered it all up. I'll put a shutter here and one here. And I need more white. Now I'm going over these white shutters with blue, so this is just to make them, the blue stand out a little bit better and won't fade into the background. That window's hidden. And they're just paint strokes is all they are. They're not meant to be realistic. They're meant to be suggestive. And this kind of gets hidden in the whiteboard behind it. All right, now let me go in with the blue. And I'm not going to dry the white, so we'll see what happens. And these are boards. And again, I say this is all background. I'll probably be doing some detailing work on these. And I need to put the plants in. Yeah. Don't ask me what I was doing there, because I don't know. They're just lines. And let's see. I think I can put little shutters on these. And here. It's very abstract. Very, very abstract. I'm thinking about my cobblestones. I want to make them dark. That's a stained glass window. Oops. Oh, I'm gonna leave it. Maybe I should have gold cobblestones. I think I'll have the yellow cobblestone path of gold cobblestones, though. I think so. I'll do that maybe last. very abstract. I lost my way there. The shutter here and here. And maybe I've got the white walls in there. The shutters are kind of covering up some of those white walls. I think I'll stop. Well, maybe down in here a little. Some blue lines in here, and here, and here. That's a bay window. Alright, I think I got enough blue lines. Very, very abstract. And let's smear this on my dictionary page. Get rid of some of that mud that's happening. Although blue smeared on this red might make more of that. Just smash it on there. Alright, so now I think I want to paint my planters back in and maybe do a little bit more with these bay windows. Maybe do a little detailing around the windows. Maybe I should do the detailing before I do the planters. Instead of black, I think I'll go for that navy, which looks black. Where is that navy I had out? I pulled it and I said, no, that's not black, it's navy. True navy. And I need a liner brush, a liner brush, or a smaller brush. So liners. I'm looking. I want a thin liner one. Let me see what I have. I'm always buying these crafty brushes. Let's pull this open. Oh, I have to cut it. I get these like at Walmart. I am hard on my brushes. Real hard on my brushes. So I just buy the cheap ones that I can find like at Walmart. And still, I don't think these are all that cheap. They cost all the way from $4 to $10 for whatever you're doing. Alright, so I'm going to make these look a little bit more like windows. Not that one. Let's put that one back in the jar. I think I'm going to grab one of these small liner brushes. Maybe this one. Let's see how this one works. And Royal Langnickel. This is a Royal, yeah, this is a Royal Langnickel. Oh, they're taped to them. They're all taped together. Royal Langnickel is a pretty good brush. They do pretty good for craft brushes. They taped them all together at the base. I just want one, and I have to untape them. What is that stuck together there? There. And this fell off of something here. Fell off of this one. Let's put it back. Oh, let's see if I can't get those back in there. And which one did I want? I think I'll go for that one. Alright, let's see what Mary's going to try. I'm not real good about the detail with a brush. I'm better with a marker. I could save that to do my cobblestones, except I need more of a dot thing. Sylvia says, Sylvia D is the name of my channel. And, or Janice, could you put a link to Sylvia's channel? Because she was new to me too, and I'll bet you a lot of us are not subscribed to her. And welcome to our hop, Sylvia. I can't wait to see what you do. So I'm going to go in here and kind of detail these windows a little bit more. And instead of a black, I'm using a dark navy color here. And even though I'm doing lines here, I'm still planning on putting in these planters. And these planters will have flowers and leaves coming out. So what I'm doing here is still going to fall into the background. And it will be cut up into prompt cards. Now this shutter is kind of, I don't know if I can straighten it out with my lines. I might be able to make this shutter look a little straighter instead of not so crooked. Although a crooked shutter is not a bad thing on a house. Well, it is a bad thing, but it's not a bad thing to paint. And let's put some boards in there on it. Those are pretty thick lines, thicker than what I wanted. Now, it's such a big piece of paper to do detail work on. I might not get this all done tonight because it is getting late. I don't want to be up too late. 11:30 at the latest. That's going to be my sign-off time, you guys. If it hits 11:30 here and I'm still going, no matter where I'm at, I'm going to stop. Because I have to get in here early in the morning. Although I am having fun doing this, I'm liking how that's turning out. Let's do the one below it. And I'm not meaning this to be, you know, it's just kind of representing windows. I'm not meaning it to be perfect art thing here. Let's go to this side. It's been so hot here. I sure wish we'd get some rain. I have to tell you. I am ready for it to rain. It could rain for 4 days in a row and I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind at all. Oops, what is that? That is on my page. A plastic piece that came off of that cover, the case. Little plastic holder. I kind of like those. I don't know what they look like to you guys. They're looking okay for me. And wait till I get the plants in here, because there's going to be planters. I've kind of covered up some of them, but I'll come back in and put them back in, paint them in again. I'll probably paint them in with white first, like I did these shutters. Give them a white primer. I'm not doing so great on my lines here. Maybe I need to wipe this brush off a little. Get them caked up with paint. Sometimes you can get too much paint caked up on your brush, and it makes a big thick line instead of the little thin line that you wanted. So my cobblestones, I think I'm going to do gold, put my hands in that blue paint. I'm going to do gold cobblestones. And I think I'll do them in metallic gold, that elegant. I don't know if I'll get to them tonight. And the doors are going to be on the back. Let me look at the list here. So I got the windows. The doors are going to be on the back. The plants will be in hanging planters along here. I had them on here, but I'll have to repaint them. I'm doing the shutters. The bricks are done. The fireplace chimney, I'm going to substitute with the lattice. I love all these prompts, but I'm not going to be able to get everything on there. Porch is not going on there. Of course, that was an alternate. I did the whiteboard walls are in the vertical stripe down the center here. And they'll pop out a little bit more when I get to the detail. So instead of the fireplace chimney, I'm going to do lattice. Where am I going to put lattice? I think I'll do lattice in front of some of these windows. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do with the lattice. The lattice will go in front of some of the windows, not all of them. Cobblestone path. Shingles. I got to do shingles. Where am I going to do shingles? Oh dear, I got to think about the shingles. Too many prompts for what I'm doing here. I'll get my brush in there too much. Too many prompts. Gotta have a kind of a steady hand to do this. I'm not sure I really have such a steady hand. What did Julie say? Riri says, it's wonderful, Mary. Must you cut it up? If I want prompt cards, the thing of it is if I don't cut it up, I have no room for a big piece like this. Like this window could have I know I put some lattice work in here while I'm going. Like this one could have lattice work, and I'll have that prompt done while I'm detailing here. Let's put some lattice work on here. Whoops, that got a little thick there. This paintbrush, even though it's a liner, if I'm not careful, I can get big thick lines like I did there. I'm going to leave it because my plant, all covered up with some of my plant. And I don't really need a lot of diagonals in there. Like that, maybe. This has a little bit too much up there. And I don't need them on all the windows. Let's do one down in here. There's a planter here. I'm going to outline my planter. The planter, it goes right in here. And so the window comes here. And let's see, let's do the lines, maybe, if I can. This is good practice for me to do thin lines. I don't generally slow down this slow. I work a lot faster. I don't really, to do fine detail work, I'm not one who does a lot of slow work. It bores me. Even if it's art, slow work bores me. That's why I don't do a lot of coloring too. I don't, I understand people who like to color, they enjoy it, but I get bored. I have to melt my crayons. Then I'm not bored if I can smear like I did there. Yeah, I'm getting too thick of lines there. Let's see if I can't get a little thinner. Get it right on the point of my brush, but I have to keep dipping it in there. I have to keep dipping it in my paint to get a thin line. And if I dip it down too far, then it gets on my bristle. And alright, let's do this one. I'm talking to myself here, training myself how to paint thin lines. Yeah. You just have to work with this. I kind of chose a big piece to do, but I kind of like working big. I don't know if I'd want to work any bigger than this. Although I might if I was doing an outside wall mural. That might be fun to do. If I had the right paint and the right design to paint the brick walls of an old building. Wouldn't that be fun to do? You'd have to get approval of your design and everything. This window only has shutters up at the top, and I got one down there though. What did I do here? I guess I'm going to leave it like that. It'll be cut up anyway. It only has shutters up at the top. It's funny. Oh, that's because I got those white lines in there, coming in there. Alright, now I want to put some lattice work on here, and I don't want it to be convoluted. I got a little convoluted in there. So I'm only going to put 2 horizontal lines that way, run them up this way and this way, here and there. Here, and here, there. My lines, I would like a prettier line, but I don't think that I am going to achieve that with this brush. So they are what they are. They're not too bad here. They could be better. Alright, let me wipe the paint off my brush. I get too much paint on it, and then it blobs. Alright, now I need to come this way. There, and there. Here, down there. I like that a little better. Scotch is nice. Scotch or whiskey? What are you guys talking about? Liquor out there? Are you guys drinking in my chat? Are you guys drinking? I guess it's okay. I don't think you can get drunk on virtual liquor. Just don't get too drunk in my chat. Watch what you say. I might make you guys repeat the alphabet backwards. I keep saying I can't do that in my real life, let alone if I were drunk. I can go Z, W, X, Y, Z, Z, Y, X, W. I'd have to think about it. If a cop asked me to repeat the alphabet backwards, I'd say, wait a minute, I have to think about that in real life. Well, then he would probably say, well, count the 10 backward, from 10 to 1 backwards. I could do that. 10, 9, 8, 7, because we know how to do that. All right. So I got some lattice going on here, and maybe I'll do it up here, but I need to do this stained glass window. But maybe I should do the lattice first. So let's come back up here and just do real thin lines here. And yeah. That's got a little thick, but I guess it has to be kind of thick to show up. And there will be there'll be planters over these over some of these windows. Like there's a planter here, here, here. I'll probably put one up in there. Now it's getting too thick. My lines are too thick. I can't get them thin enough to suit me. If I had I don't want to ruin my pen on wet paint, but I want to get this done. So a pen would work better. A paint pen would work better here. A Posca pen, a fine point Posca pen might work better than what I'm doing. But that's okay. We'll just continue with what I'm doing. Oops. Alright, we'll leave that one. We'll leave some of these blank. And I want to work on the stained glass window here. Now I suppose if I want colors in there, I better do that now. So let me finish the frame. Like I said, I'm only going to stay till 11:30 tonight. I'll probably have to work on this another time. We did tell my Phibbsville story tonight, though. I got that done. Now, stained glass typically has bars across, horizontal bars, if you look at the stained glass windows. So I'm going to put some horizontal bars in here. Maybe there, maybe here, if I can get enough paint on my brush without... I'm getting low on paint there. There, and maybe right there. Alright. Now before I do the leading in those windows, I'm going to put some different colors in there. And so let me get out some red. Let's do that bright red. Or maybe this light tomato might be pretty. And I'm not going to put it on my wax paper. I'm just going to paint from the cap. And it won't be a... It would be fun to sit and design like a, you know, a flower or something like that. But I'm just going to paint the shapes, different colors. And I'll leave some of that blue in there between them. No, it's got a lot of paint on my book. Alrighty. And let's get out the bright blue. So that's over here. This blue. Now maybe I'll get a different color blue. A lighter, brighter. Bimini blue. It's almost a teal. It will blend into what's on there. That's not open. Mary's looking here. That's too light. That's green. I want like that ocean blue. Did I have that over here? Here, let's do this one. Ocean blue. It's almost that color. And let's wash out my brush. Get the red off of it. Some blue in here. And we're going to put some green, some bright green in here too. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Gotta play. Gotta have fun. But when I do something like this, I've slowed way down. Let's see. Let's put some blue here. And we're going to come in with some green. Some bright green. Green, green, green. Bright green. What's this? It's not what I want. I saw some parakeet green. Did I get that parakeet green out? I've had parakeet green in my hands. Now I can't find it. Frustrating me. What's this? Here it is. I'm going to make my cobblestones gold. Slowing down here to do this detail work is what's going to take my time. Oh well. Oh well. Alright, we're going to put some green in here. And I think I'll put some green up in here. Green there, maybe green in here. And maybe some green here. And let's divide this a little, make some more green in there. There. Some green down here. And whoops, no green on my brush. No, I kind of like that, except for it's bothering me up here. Let's bring that down. There we go. All right, we're going to call that done. Almost. Almost done. There. Good enough. Keep that out and go back to this. What was my true navy here? Put the black away, put the buttermilk away. You guys must get tired of me getting paint out and putting it back away, but my desk is so small. My desk is so small that if I get too much out at once, it frustrates me. Alright, let's do some more of this true navy. We'll keep that blue out. We'll keep the red out. Hi, Valerie. You love the colors? Are you talking to me or to somebody else? Sue says, you go, Janice. What did Janice say? Janice says, I say, when we hit the nursing home, we smuggle in booze and race our wheelchairs up and down the halls. You are going to be one little lady to take care of, Janice. Let me tell you. Although I think the nurses would get a kick out of that. They might just organize a wheelchair race and make you participate. And say, Janice, this is all you're doing. You have to start it off. Now don't go getting drunk in my chat, even virtually. Or YouTube will come here and say, Mary, why'd you let all those beautiful little ladies get drunk? And I'm going, I was painting. I had no idea what they were doing in chat. Well, you should have been paying attention. Do I have a mod in here? Oh, Janice is a mod. So is Ann. It's all the fault of my oops. Ann's owning up to something there. Ann's taking responsibility. That doesn't surprise me at all. Now there'll be a planter here. And there's the window here. Now do I want to do a lattice in there? We did a lattice there and a lattice there. This is almost too small. Maybe a lattice in there. I don't want to do lattice in all the... Oh, I have to put leading on these windows. We have to do some leading here. Stained glass has leading between the window panes, the windows. It's so far away from me. I can't see where I'm going. Ah! Was there a fly on there? After we got that bat, we opened the door. You know, you have to understand, it was like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning when this happened, with that bat flying around. And we opened the front door, and in the hopes that that bat, as it was swooping around in our living room, would find the open door and go through it, out into the dark, where they love things out there, where the mosquitoes are. And it just kept flying around in here. Well, because the door was open, my brother kept saying, "Ew, what is that bug?" And I'm going, I didn't see it because it was over on his side of the room. Well, after he captured the bat and put it outside, and I was afraid to go to bed. So I sat up in my chair, and I looked down at the rug, and there was this great big old brown bug. I mean, he had to be this big. And he was just slowly creeping, and I go, he came through that open door. He was just creeping across the floor. And I had this mobile... When I bought my old phone, you know, they always send you an instruction guide in 10 languages. And so I opened it up. I didn't want to kill him because I thought, well, if I kill him, if I smash him, I'll have a spot on the rug to clean up. And so I opened up that phone guide. It was for my old, I think my Galaxy 5. And I opened it up and let him crawl onto those pages. And then I didn't want to smash him because I thought, ooh, there'll be bug juice coming out. So I opened up the front door again. By that time we'd shut the front door. I opened up the front door again and went out on the front porch and shook him out of the middle of the page into the bushes out there, the foliage out there. So there's a big brown bug crawling around outside someplace. I had no idea. He wasn't a June bug. He was huge. He was a big old thing. And I don't know if I'd want to have to deal with that. I told my brother, I said, this is one reason why I wouldn't want to live here by myself. Having the space would be nice, but having to deal with stuff like that, nope, not for me. I'm too old for that. And I'm not sure I could even capture that bat like he did. He's done it several times before. He says there usually 2 or 3 come at once, and then they settle down, and he doesn't see them again for a long time. And he's good at catching them and putting them back outside where they belong. I don't think in Wisconsin, I don't know what the law is here in Nebraska, but in Wisconsin, it was against the law to kill bats. You had to catch them and put them outside. Now, I think here in Nebraska, you have to report, and I don't know if my brother ever reports or not, but you're supposed to report when you capture bats like that. But he just puts them outside, so we'd probably be reporting every year. I don't know where he came from, but he found his way indoors. Now, I did not put a shutter on this side, so I'm just going to leave that. And I don't think I want lattice work in this window. I think I'll put it over in this one. I think I'll leave that one too. But I have to watch the time. I'm quitting at 11:30. No matter where I am on this, I'll probably still be detailing stuff here. But I like what's happening here. And I could outline these planters so that you could see. I'll put plants in them. But see, like I'm going to have planters here. Outline them here so they stand out a little. I need one up in here. And I'm going to have gold cobblestones, and the doors are going to be on the back of the prompt cards. Let's see, this one, I guess I made it round too, but let's square it off a little. Let's make it a pot, like this. Like that. And I haven't done these windows yet. I've done this one down here. We can do this planter a little better. This is kind of slow, where I've gone a lot slower. I generally do not work this slow. Like I said, I get bored. But this is holding my attention. Alright, there's a lot going on here. Let's see. Draw the window panes back in here. I got a shutter on this side, but not on that side because the planter was in the way, so I'll probably put a big old leaf up in there. Can't see where I'm going there. Part of the problem is when you do this with this little brush, you always have to dip it. Maybe if I bring my paint over closer to me. You have to keep dipping it. little crooked. Alrighty. And let's bring this down a little more. We'll just paint it in. Okay. Let's do this shutter. Janice says, the one that got in my house was trying to hunt by the back porch light and came in when hubby let a cat in. It was the funniest thing. Really? Well, you know, this is an old house. And I know in the back porch there, my brother says so too, this house has more hidden secret cubby holes. And I know I've heard my brother remark on that once. But out in the back porch, up above, well, there's an old bathroom out there. I never use it. To me, it stinks. I don't go in there. It was like it was a bathroom for you know, like if you got real muddy and stuff like that. I use the main bath in the house. Keep that one clean. But up above the wall in the door to that bathroom, way up above, kind of the staircase, well, see, there's an upstairs bath too. So like here's the wall to the bathroom here, goes up. Well, the upstairs bathroom is over here, and I don't know what's over here, but there's a cubby hole up there. And that door, even though it has a latch, never stays shut. And I just have an idea that that bat, we probably got them in the belfry. They're probably in the attic upstairs. There, I don't, well, every now and then, not every now and then, I think I saw one up there when I very first moved here. And he scared me because I was going upstairs and I opened the door to the bedroom up there. I keep my stuff in storage up there. It's too hot to sleep up there. And I opened the door and the thing flew out at me. And of course it didn't know or I don't think it knew I was there. It just, you know, it went through the door and it buzzed by me. It scared me to pieces. There's a fly around here. But I just have an idea that they're probably up there in the attic. And they say, if you read about bats, and Janice, you probably have, they say that bats that are in a house, like in the attic or something, I don't know if we have chimneys in this house. We don't have, well, I guess my brother had a gas stove up there, so there has to be a chimney space up there. I made him turn it off, though. I made him turn that gas off because nobody's up there. He had the pilot light going, and I smelled gas. And I said, you better turn that off. And he must have smelled it when I called his attention to it. I don't think he has the same smeller as I do. He doesn't smell stuff the way I do. And I made him turn the pilot light off because nobody's up there. And even in the winter time, it gets cold up there, but nobody's up there. And, you know, anything up there that would, you know, he turned the water off and the upstairs bathroom is turned off, so there's no water up there. But I made him turn. I imagine, you know, there's a chimney there. Oh, but I was going to say, they say that those bats, if they come out of your house at evening, they'll if there's a lot of them. I don't see lots of them. I've seen one or two bats, but they're usually loners. And like the one last night. And I don't see them all the time. I've maybe seen 3 or 4 since I've been down here. And they scare me. They always scare the bejeebies out of me. But they say that those bats, when there's a bunch of them and they go out at night, like Jenna says, they eat insects. And I was reading an article about them. They say that you can see them when there's a whole bunch in a house. I was reading, I don't think we have a whole bunch in the house, but you can see them come out the chimney. That's what that article said. I've never seen that happen here. And I've never seen it happen to any of the houses around here. So I just think they're an occasional thing. I could be wrong and I don't want to know. But that one last night was creepy. He was a big one. He wasn't just a little bat. He was big. Big old thing, like a bird almost, flying around in here. Not as big as a crow, but not as small as a sparrow either. And they look like they're going to come at you, and you put your arms up to defend yourself, or I do anyway, and then they must sense that, and then they'll divert their flight. But they're looking like they're coming right at you. And at least I'm awake. He said the other day he got one out of here, and I'm going, the other day? You saw one the other day? Where was I? You were asleep. I'm going, you didn't wake me up so I could defend myself? He said, I didn't think it was necessary to wake you up. He probably didn't want me yelling around him. All right. And I would. I'm kind of liking this. If I get those plants in there. I'm liking what's happening here. What time is it? It's almost 11:15. I won't get this done tonight, I guarantee you. Will I work on it tomorrow? Well, I'm going to watch videos. I'm going to get up in the morning and do my stream. And then I'll be watching videos. And then I'll probably have to take a nap, because I'll get tired. So if I work on it, I don't know if I'll work on it tomorrow night or not. There's a fly around here. I see plenty of flies. I'm liking it. I think I'll put some lattice work on this one. Here. This one should be different colored panes. Maybe some just little, I'm not sure. Should do another stained glass. Let's work on this first. No, I should work on that. Let me wash my brush out, because I'll dip my hands in the paint. I think that these brushes are pretty good brushes, but you can ruin these points pretty fast. I can see where it's starting to, hairs are starting to open up here. They're cheap brushes. All right, let's do, did I save out the red? Yeah. Let's do some red and green and blue in here. I'll start with the red. Let's do red stripes in here. The other one I did green. And we'll do one more down in here. And I think what I'll do, let's do just some triangle shapes, maybe. Just enough to give a hint that it's a stained glass window. Doesn't have to be perfect. Now, because, well, for one thing, I'm going to be cutting this up. Now, let's go in here. Let's come this way. And maybe here. And I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing them. Sylvia says, I could watch Mary paint all night long. It's mesmerizing. Aw, Sylvia, that's kind of you to say that. This detail work, though, Sylvia, I have to say, I don't generally do a lot of detail work like this. Generally don't. You know, I do think I'm going to take a little red wash here. And let's put some on my wax paper and get a wash. And let's put a little red wash in here on these. Change it out a little up in here. Just we'll leave some of the yellow, but and I think I'll do the same in here. It's almost too yellow. I need some more red on there. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm doing. Just adding a little more color to the windows. I'm not going to in the stained glass, but I think these need a little, they need some red tones in there. This has got green in the background there. Almost too dark. Now remember, I'm going to have plants, so there'll be leaves here, and there'll probably be some flowers, maybe trailing down. Gosh, I wouldn't mind living in this if I had to live in the city. If I had to live in the city, this might be a fun place to go to have an art studio. Up in the town where my mother grew up, where we do our grocery shopping, they had a, oh, it reminds me so much of the TheMeriAtelier, it's not even crazy. Maybe that's probably subconscious of where I'm getting that. They have an old department store. Well, it used to be a Montgomery Ward store there. I remember going school shopping there. And they're converting it into apartments. And my brother, you know, I was telling my brother about it, and he said, who would want to live there? And I'm going, there are a lot of people that want to live there. See, my brother was not a city, he was more of a country bumpkin, my brother is. He likes the country. He's a sports person. He couldn't understand anybody that would want to live in a converted department store. But, oh man, would that be cool to have an art studio there. Because it would be downtown, and it wouldn't be right smack in the downtown, but it would be on the main drag. And you'd probably have underground parking. I'll bet they put underground parking in there. I don't know if they could do that now or not. But they'd have parking for you. They wouldn't have a space to, they'd have a space to put your car if they were going to have apartments. I'm going to blur this out a little more. So, it would be a dream. Okay, I'm happy with what's going on in here. So, I want to finish this. What time is it? It's 11:20. I probably won't get too much further, but we'll just keep working on this. I may not get it done till September 10th at the rate I'm going. Oh dear. I do like it though. Alright. And I say that with, you know, just saying I like it. I don't mean it. Well, you know what I mean. Prideful. I don't mean it prideful. I mean I just like what's happening on it. Alright, we're going to put some blue in here. Can't get prideful in your work. There's always somebody better than you. I've learned that. Let's see. I kind of like that lighter blue there. Let's just leave it. And let's make this blue. And I'm going to put green in here, so let's see, green there maybe a bit of blue here. And maybe a bit of blue here. Alright, let's see what the green is going to do for me. Wash out my brush. You could live in it too. Yes, you could. And you know, when they convert a building like that, is that where I want to put that? When they convert a building like that, you know, they do it up nice. They convert it into living quarters. And they did Hastings used to have a brewery. And they converted that brewery into apartments. I wouldn't mind living there and having a studio. I think that would be fun. But it would probably be out of my price range too. I mean, I probably couldn't afford it at where I'm at now in my life. Maybe if I were younger I could afford it, but all right. Younger and working for the young. But see, that town, the problem with that, if it were in Lincoln or Omaha, it would probably get occupied real fast. But there are not a lot of people, of office people and stuff like that who could, in that area. I don't think that there's a lot of young professionals. There are some, but who would rent in something like that. And we're such a rural state, and we're especially rural out here, that people live in farmhouses and small towns and nursing homes when you get older. Even the smaller towns have, well, like the city here, they have city-supported low-income housing. And a lot of the seniors who aren't ready to go to a nursing home, and yet who are no longer able to support, take care of a big house, live there. Sometimes the farmers retire, sell their farm, and move into town. All right, I think I'm happy with that. What time is it? 11:26. I got 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Let's put some lattice work on that one. No, I think I was going to do it in this one. I better quit. I better quit because I have to get up early tomorrow morning. I have to get up early. I could go all night on this, but I can't. I could, but I can't. So I'm just going to throw this away. And I'll probably put this part as my thumbnail in here. Maybe this part in here. This part is, you can see, look at the difference between where I've detailed it up in here and to where I just have it, the background. And that's what I say when I work on this. I kind of say wait for it, because it will become more like this. And then this really isn't even done, because I want to come in here and put plants and have, you know, plants trailing down the walls here, maybe some ivy. But it'd have to be a lighter green to show up here, and maybe some pretty little flowers in here. So we'll see. There's another planter here. There's one up here. There's one here. One here. This is a bay window. That's a bay window. I think I only have 2 bay windows on here. But then it'll all get cut up. We create it and then we kill it. And I'm, instead of throwing my paints back into the rack, I'm going to put them over here on my desk to keep track of the colors that I'm using. Throw this painty rag away. So let me look at chat before I go. Let me just get out and see what's going on in chat. Oh, thank you, Anne. You're kind. See, I look at it and I go, look at that big spot there. But that will become a planter. All right. Yeah, flowers. What did Riri say? You could roll it up and tie it and bring it out on occasion like Dee Dee does. Yes, I could, but I want to do prompt cards. I want to do prompt cards with it. This is like, I'll probably take a picture of it. I'll probably take a picture of it. It wouldn't hurt to see if I could, after I get it all done, to take this. And remember when I made that master board with the silk ties? I still have that. And I still have my canvas Penelope ATCs. And I want to take them to the library up there where we go shopping. And they have a big poster maker. And you can scan things like this in and make posters and take pictures out of them. And they're relatively cheap, or they were when I asked about it a couple years ago. They don't charge a lot. They're not like a print shop. So I'm anxious to maybe do something like that. Take a picture of it, yeah. Well, it's certainly not done yet. Like I said, I may not have this finished till September 10th. So let's see, what else is going on here? Add some flowers, please. Yes, Riri says there's nothing wrong with liking your own work, Mary, and we all like it too. Aw, that's sweet. You can be proud of your work without comparing to others. Yes. Hi, Lori. Yes, what Ann said. Anxious for window box or flower pots. Well, I could put some flower boxes on here. Like I could put some flower boxes here. I had a planter there, but I could put a flower box there. I could put a flower box here. I could put one here. These are bay windows. So yeah, I'll work some flower boxes in there. Please do at least one flower pot. Julie says, I hope Mary shares this in the group when she finishes. I'll probably do it in the group. I have to be honest with you guys. I don't come in here and do a lot of art when I'm not streaming. I'm doing other things in my life, like watching videos and reading. I want to finish my shawl. I have to mow the lawn. I have to do laundry. And my brother cooks the meals, but I have to do the dish. Well, I don't do all the dishes. I do the pots and pans and stuff you can't put in the dishwasher. So I clean up after each one of our meals. And that type, I have a life. how do you know to add a little red wash? Well, I looked at it, Ann, and like this down in here, I just said, that needs some, it needs something. That's how I know. And the something for me was maybe like a little red to make it pop out a little, like there's a glow in there. And if you didn't have the lights on, we could turn the lights off on some of these windows by taking and putting a blue wash on it. And a blue wash over the yellow might turn green, but you could put a white paint over the yellow, and then put maybe like a Payne's gray wash over that. You could darken the windows, is what I'm saying, and still have them have a dimension. When I added that red in there, it added another layer, so it made another dimension. That's my thought on it. Now, on these stained glass windows, I did not. You could, because stained glass, not all stained glass, but a lot of stained glass, if you look at it, it's textured. It's kind of a rippled glass. And because it's rippled, it kind of has a play with shadow, a very subtle play. But I don't think I'll try to do that. This is pretty tiny in here. If I was doing a larger stained glass, I might play with rippling it a little, but I'm not going to do that here. But yeah, I can put some planters, and I was some flower boxes, and I was planning on putting plants in here and flowers. That was part of the plan, but I have to do the background first, and then I'll plop the flowers on top. Let's see. Oh, Deb was in here. I miss Deb. Art Zoology. Oh, Deb, if you're out there. She says, got to go. Nice visit. Love your stained glass painting, Mary. Aw, I miss Deb. Art Zoology is Deb. Aw. Yeah, Julie's in Australia. We get fruit bats. Oh, you get fruit bats in Australia? Well, there's no fruit here. So I think these are just bats, they're insect bats. Mosquitoes. Anne says they like to eat mosquitoes. They are birds? Bats are birds? Are they really, Anne? I thought they were more like rats and mice. That's what they remind me of, rats with wings. I didn't know bats were birds. They have sonar. Yeah, that's what my brother says. They don't see very well, so they fly by sonar. I said radar, I think, but I think you're right, it's sonar. Give a bat over a cockroach any day. Now, I don't think the cockroaches, I think, are longer, aren't they? This was like a oval, big round. I don't know what kind of a creature it was. It was not a cockroach. I know cockroaches. This was not. I should have taken a picture of it, but I was too interested in getting it out. I didn't want to smash it. It was a big old brown bug, and it was round. I do not believe it was a cockroach. We don't have cockroaches here. Bat guano can be extremely toxic. Yes. If you have bats in the attic, get an exterminator and get them out and close up any access. Yeah, I agree, Janice. Now, would you like to come and convince my brother to do that? I just don't think I could convince him to do it. He would say, oh, there aren't any up there. But I agree with you. I have heard that before. I don't know. I don't know what to say with it except for neither one of us feel very sick, but knock on wood. I don't know what to say to that. We had a cat that jumped vertically in the air and would catch bats. Really? Your cat would catch bats? Boy, that cat would have to be fast, because those bats are on the move, let me tell you. They zip along. A cat that jumped vertically and catch bats. Wow. Julie says, I would be calling a professional bat catcher to come get them out. I don't think, I have to kind of agree with my brother. I don't think we have, a horde of bats up there. I think they find their way in, and we see one or two maybe about this time of the year, and we don't see them anymore. You have to give or take, I kind of agree with my brother on that. I don't think that our attic is full of them. I think they come in through maybe the chimney or an opening or something up there. But there's a vacant house catty corner to there, and they might live over there. I don't know. What did Sylvia say? Oh, they're laughing. Julie said, I said, what's that? He didn't even look. He said, it's just a moth. I'm like, what kind of a moth? Let's see. What did Julie say? Where I used to live on Lake Chautauqua. Oh, that's what Ann said. Ann said, when I used to live on Lake Chautauqua, they imported bats and built bat houses all around the lake. They ate all the mosquitoes. Yes. Now, see, I would like to see a bat house maybe around here. I think that would be interesting. I don't know if my brother might be opening to do something like that. Let's see, Julie, I want to read what Julie said. Hi, Deb. Sue says, looking good. There's art. So I miss Deb art zoology. I missed her coming in altogether. She probably thinks I ignored her. At least you guys greeted her. Thank you guys for greeting people when they come in and I'm in my zone. Sylvia says, I love bats, but we don't have many here. We have a lot of birds, though. Julie says, oh, good, bring on the bats then. Bats eat a lot of insects. They're on the job all night in the summer, and that's what Julie said. Bring them on then. Except for the ones that drop big messes everywhere. See, I don't see any big messes from, I just don't, I kind of agree with my brother there. Ann said, I missed Deb. I feel so bad that I missed her. Lori said, well, that's just baddie. Deb, here's where she came in. She says, just popping in. Art zoology. Don't you wonder how the bats got in? Yeah, I do. Here's the other thing. We had our roof. The roofers were up there banging around. And they put a new roof on. But I really, truly think that they probably come in maybe through, there has to be a chimney up there. In fact, I think there is a chimney up there. They probably get in through the chimney. Or, bats can, I think they can squeeze in little open spots. And like I said, this, especially out there in the back porch, there's a lot of little hidden cubby holes in this house. They're like little secret caches in this house. There's one over in here in my room. And my brother, he built, it's kind of like a little closet area. He says it's full of paperback books. He built his shelves in front of it, and then I have the buffet under it, but there's a door in there, and you open it up, and he says he's got it full of paperback books. Which is, this house burns down, it'll probably go up fast. We're probably living in a cinder box. Mary, I'd probably dead before I have a chance to have some fun. Aw, Janice. Janice says, I say when we hit the, we're talking about the nursing home. I said Janice would be the one to, Janice said, I say when we hit the nursing home, we smuggle in booze and race our wheelchairs up and down the halls. And Janice said, I'd probably got dead while I was trying to, or before I had the fun. I'm going to train myself. I'm trying to get myself teach myself some new habits. One is brushing my teeth. I want to get back into oral hygiene. And I'm doing good with that because that dentist, I threw out all my candy. And I've been using this Listerine Total mouthwash. Man, I tell you, that's strong stuff. And so I've been doing that every day, and I floss. But now the other thing I want to start doing, and Janice reminded me of this when she said she'd probably drop dead first, is we have some steps that in our back room, we go back into the back porch. The back porch is closed in. And then to go upstairs, you go up a little flight of maybe 6 steps, and there's a door, and then you go up the rest of the steps. It's kind of closed off, which is good because we close it off during the winter and the summer. It gets too hot or too cold. But there's about 6 steps going up there, and I'm training myself to do some stair stepping, and I'm starting out slow. You know, I start out slow, and then I work a little faster, go up and down a little faster until my heart starts beating, until my heart stops beating, until my heart starts beating, and then I know I've had enough. You know, when my heart starts going pat, 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 you know, you work up that. And so then I'll slow down a little, and then I know I'm trying to teach myself to get in the habit of getting a little exercise. I get out and mow the lawn, but it's been too hot out. So now it's almost 11:45, so I've been 15 minutes over. I stopped painting though. I got to get up at 4:30 tomorrow morning to introduce the video hop, which is going to be on architecture. So I can't wait to do mine. I'm going to get ready for it before I go to bed. I'm going to set my stuff out. So, if you happen not to go to sleep tonight, peek in and see what's going. I'll be going live at 4:30, and then the videos will go live at 5:30, and it's a video hop. It's not a live stream hop. So you can watch the videos at your leisure. So I'm going to say good night and wish you all a really good weekend. I will see you, if I don't see you tomorrow, I will see you Sunday night at 6 o'clock. And don't forget, Tanya comes on Sunday afternoon and Beth comes on Saturday night. All right. Take care of yourself. Have a good weekend. Bye. Aw. Oh, there's Carla. Good night, Carla. Bye, everybody.